I'm all gray. I'm like a time bomb ticking your head. By your judgment, no matter what you do about it. Hello? Holy. Outside of my house. How the fuck we doing, dudes? This lip balm tastes like fucking coconut ball sacks, dude. It's actually incredible. Sticking in your head, paranoia. What's up, Killer Eagle? What's up, Wiz? What's up, Greg? Claiming first today. It's good to see you, dudes. WBH, welcome in as well. Ogus, hello. How we doing, dudes? Damn, looking like a snack again? Fucking, I wish you'd eat me up, dog. God. Colby, what's up, dude? What's up, motherfuckers? Chat, today, we're going to do something we've never done before. And we're going to fucking put Legos together on stream. Kiana, who's someone I adore very much, gave us some Lego sets at Clyde's wedding. So we're about to put them together. We're about to put one of them together. I'm pretty excited. I've never built Legos on stream before, so it'll be our first time. It'll be our first time. No, the first that we got is Star Wars, and then we've also got like a bonsai tree type thing. Will we finish it this stream? Oh, absolutely. 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 The Star Wars ones that a fewer piece count than the bonsai tree.
Say shit. If this gonna be that kind of party, I'm gonna stick my dick in the mashed potatoes.
Just on the tail end of the workday. It's good to see August. Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Monday's just about cooked and done. At work, enjoy your coffee and Greg's toxicity. He started in quick too. He goes, he claimed first and then sent the whole like hubby looking. You know what I mean? So he was definitely toxic with it out of the gate. It's kind of fucked up. It was like Ricky Bobby. All right. Some of us at work. I'm at work too. That's crazy. Nah, Greg's sitting in his bay waiting for a fucking job to pull up. Waiting for someone to come in for a fucking brake change or some shit, you know what I mean? If you're on when I get off, I'll see you then. What time you get off, Hubs? I should be on. This is our last day for uh gifted subs. Because I won't be streaming tomorrow. And the gifted sub bonus ends Wednesday. So I'll probably fucking do a juicer today. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Mac? How you doing, baby? Are you off at 7? Yeah, I should be on. I think. I think so. Chad, how's your Monday, dudes? Convict. Posted up in the club, just swagging, doing my thing. Fuck, man. Akon fucked. Back in the day, dudes. Surprisingly slow. Are Mondays usually like your busy days? I figure Mondays and Fridays are probably like busy shop days, huh? Mondays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Oh, you're never slow. Good, just got my first shiny in Borderlands. Oh shit, nice. I need to play some Borderlands again. Yeah, you won't go. Okay. Let's build some Legos, dudes. Fly his suits. That's all you gotta do. Posted up in the club, just swagging, doing my thing. It was going okay until I was asked to drive another state tomorrow. What'd you tell him? Maybe I'm a troublemaker. You're being a good noodle? Oh, you're doing it? What a fucking little punk bitch. What a little punk bitch. Little pushover. We're a little pushover. Just gonna be an unhappy camper in person. Are you just driving and then coming right back, or what? What's the deets? Look at us now. Some models. I have to drive there, help with the hiring event, and then drive back. Oh, it's a job fair? Fuck that, dude. Dude, I used to have to do like job fair type things with fucking my old business, bro. That shit sucked nutsacks. Show. Even though I want to take you everywhere I go.
You what?
All right. Yo, fucking my goat, Steph. Holy shit. How the fuck are you? I spent my morning washing cows. Easy day. What's up, Obscure? How you doing, homie? Fuck yeah, dude. Suddenly I wish I was a cow. I'm a terrible friend. Thought I was following. It's okay. I've been waiting my whole life for this follow. Steph, I fucking love you, girl. Holy shit. Chat, listen. Yo, Curiosity Kills. She's my goat. I fucking love this woman, dude. And if you guys haven't checked out her content, you should. I can't wait to see you again in a couple weeks. Are you still going to TwitchCon? I've had a couple of friends fucking cancel. But I haven't seen that you've changed your trajectory yet, so I assume you're still going. Me and Dolly just double checked out planes. Okay, bet. I bet. Fuck yeah. Cool. Cool. We will be there. I think
What?
Clyde's canceling.
Did we just become best friends?
Glad canceled, or Glad's canceling as well. Yeah, which means Lana's not going as well if Clyde's canceling. So, but I'm still going. I'm pretty excited.
Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Fuzz, thanks for the fucking 28 months and a tier 3, dude. Damn. And Steph, thank you for the fucking tier 1 new sub. I appreciate you, girl. It's gonna be a little different, but still a lot to do. Yeah, I'm pumped. Just this will be my first time in Abita. What's up in Cali? So I'm excited about that, and my first time at TwitchCon for that matter. So, what's up, Treed? I keep currently sorting Lego on this end. Oh shit! Chat, today we're building our first Lego piece on stream. We've never built Legos before. This is the piece that we're building. You know, all the spots? Fuck yeah. I get in, my flight lands... Well, it originally landed at like 7 p.m., but Dahlia was telling me that, I would have missed the partner party if I showed up that late. So I did some finagling. And as long as I make my 55-minute connection, then I'll land in San Diego at just before 1 o'clock. Okay, same. Yeah. Just before 1 o'clock on Thursday is when I'll land. If I make the 55-minute connection. If I don't make that 55-minute connection, I assume I'll get bumped to the flight that I would have landed on at 7 p.m. Or I'll be there the next day, for that matter. You know what I'm saying? I did, yeah. RSVP'd for the for all the events that or whatever that they posted in the Discord. There was like a breakfast. There was maybe that was with Blurp. There was something with Blurp too. I think. I can't remember. Yeah, the social thing. Yeah, that too. They just posted that link right the other day. Saw a little set that is. Yo, we have a bonsai tree to make too. At some point.
We're gonna skate to one song only.
Treed! Holy fuck, dude. Jesus. God damn! Yo, Valorant stacking Fiverr on top of it, too. Appreciate you, dudes. God damn it. Holy shit. Zam getting one. Vampy's in there. I see a fucking... Did I say Zam already? I see Blue Corsa in there, too. Damn, what a fucking gangster drop. Yeah, I think Blurp's doing a thing. I'm pretty sure. I would talk to, let me pull up my DMs. Or I may be confused. I talked to Alexis, who I think runs the, like, Twitch Blurp account. And I'm pretty sure Blurp's doing something around their like thingy. Around their, I don't know if it's at their tent or if they're doing a party or what, but there was some RSVP thing that I did for them several weeks ago. But when we were setting up the Blurp beta as well. So I don't know what all it fucking ties into. There's so much shit going on though. I know that much. Like, I'm trying to link up with James' work as well too. Back to work, homies. Jump back on later, dude. Treat. Holy fuck. By the way, I know I'm scatterbrained right now, dude. Thank you for the fucking 20, dude. Holy fuck, dude comes in. He's like, by the way, I'm working here. It's fucking 20. Valorant stacking 5 on top. Thank you for the blessing, brother. For real. Your generosity is insane, Treed. Thank you. Instant fucking level 6 hype train, too. Is crazy. Yeah. Definitely Messenger. And I may be talking out of my ass, but I'm pretty certain. I know Blurp's going to be there, and I'm pretty certain they're putting on a little event. Pretty sure. OG got a sub, too. Nice, bro. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, baby. Hey, I love you, Treed. All right, let's build some shit. Sorry, I didn't mean to bump my camera. Fuck, man. Steph, it's so good to see you. I'm so glad we get to see each other fucking several times this year and kick it. Oh, this is gonna piss me off. Here's going in a red new horizon. All right, that'll work. Okay. Where's my... Squirrels, what's up, dude? What's up, bub? Chat, today is shower day after streaming, dude. I'm fucking pumped about it. Holy fuck. Which means tomorrow's barber day. And I'm pumped about that too. Motherfuck. Memories in the flames just behind us. Go new red new horizons. Let it burn. Let it burn. Go dimensions. Start a fire. Okay. Chillin'? Fuck yeah, dude. All right. Can you guys see that okay? Or does it matter? Do you guys need to see the directions? Are you guys cool with this scene?
A metalhead after my own heart. What's up?
Is the exposure okay? The face tat goes hard essay? Orle Holmes. Fucking, ¿Cómo están ustedes? Muy bonita, right? Listen, I'm fucking like 3% Mexican, okay? I can fucking rep it, dog. What are we saying? Take it easy, goddammit, you know? Introducing the little kittens to formula and real food, and the little shits put their paws right in the food. Dude, fuck yeah, dude. Kittens are a vibe, bro. 3%, dude. 3% is practically 100, you know what I mean? I know my heritage, right? It's quite visible? Good. All right. Chad, I haven't fucking touched Legos in like... I don't know, bro. I haven't touched Legos in fucking... a schmuck. Yo, Steph, I saw your Scream. I saw your Scream thing. And I'm full support of the hand tats, dude. Full support of the hand tats. Until you love me, Papa, paparazzi. Bag number 1. I have an embarrassing amount of Lego within arm's reach, let alone the rest of the house. When you put yours together, OG, do you like glue them, or what do you do? Do you glue them, or do you just put them together and then let them be natural? Reaper, what's up, bro? What's up, dude? Okay. First, we got to build a man. 'Cause you know that, baby, I... Paparazzi. Praise the new PSU works later? Dude, I hope so too. No glue on this end, though I've made a few set pieces for folks that have required gluing because of size and transport. What's up, boy? How you doing, baby? I'm always impressed, like, when I go to conventions and shit, there's always usually, like, some sort of Lego something somewhere. Like a Lego tent, or, like, people who have put together, like, cosplay Lego pieces and shit to, like, you know what I mean? Block building, just general block building, that like a fucking Destiny 2 sword or some shit, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, holy fuck, how do they keep this thing together with all the people's fucking grimy mittens and shit at the fucking con? You know what I'm saying? It's gotta be glue, right? Like, there's no way this shit fucking stays together like that. I won't stop until that boy is mine. Oh, I might not have should have done that. I might not have should have done that. Isn't for you? Chat, maybe we become professional fucking Lego builders. My mind. Fucker. Legos are crazy. What, you do you hate them? Oh, is your son sick? I figured out a little while back why the Lego X Mansion doesn't look right to me. A month later, it's got a third floor. Oh, shit. Dude, some of these Lego pieces are fucking insanely big. Insanely big. Boy, fucking, Kiana. Kiana fucking gave me some Legos while I was at Clyde's wedding. So we're gonna put them together. Ty, what's up, baby? How the fuck is your girl? Sweet but a psycho. Unbuilt sets are sets to be sold. Oh, I've got a room of shame as far as Lego's concerned. Damn. I know there are people that fucking collect like crazy. I respect it. It's good to see you, babe. Good, just chilling. Good. Happy Monday. Chat, come help me cut this this truck frame. I have cold beer and tunes in the garage. Thanks. I'm on my way, Tiz. Also good to see you, Tiz. My goat, Tiz Biz. Wait until he finds out about Gundam models. Who, me? Wait until I find out about that cock mold that you fucking took and turned into a chocolate bar. Fucking on, and that's on God. Okay. How you feeling, by the way, boy? How you feeling, by the way, dude? Fucking Muff was telling me you're a sick little bitch. Yo, what's up, D? Today we're building a section of what I assume to be like a battle station. Happy Monday. The Hershey kiss I sent. God. Boy, I think he had bad meds, expired today, but maybe went bad a day early. Oh, gotcha. Well, hopefully he gets to feeling better, bro. Hopefully he gets to feeling better, dude. All right, so we need a... we need a 10 rung, 10 by 2. Ten by 2. Boom. Cool, you're fucking cool. I said it. Sitter sending pictures. He's Gucci. It was rough this weekend, but we bounced back today. Saturday was rough. Woke up freezing, then sweating, then I was just in shambles. Slept all day Sunday, and now I'm just congested. Don't know if it was gnarly sinus infection or a mild case of the flu. Holy fucking trauma dump. No, I'm just kidding. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, bro. Damn, that's fucking dog shit. Getting sick fucking sucks butt. Dead ass. Being sick is fucking terrible, dude. I'm glad it went away quick, though. I'm waiting for my fucking seasonal shit to hit, because when it does, I turn into a little bitch. Seeker, what's up, dude? Fuck me, daytime cable on my bust? Dude, bust on my chin. Whatever. Deepin'. I want you to bust a nut. I'm trying to see that fat fucking wad land right on my fucking tits. Yo, Blue, what's up, baby? I love being sick. It's the only time I don't have to do something. Shut the fuck up. I feel so fucking useless when I'm sick. I was also hammer fisting Sudafed and Advil. Suddenly I wish I was Sudafed and Advil. WBH. Hope it was good or that sucks, bro. WBH, my goat. How are we, man? Chat, we have officially made it to page number 2. At this rate, we'll finish next week. Okay. 1, 2, 3. We need a 1x6. Generation, there we go. Whoa. You got rained out at work today, and now it's sunny out? Oh, fuck. Chat, what are we building? We're building a little Star Wars thingy. And trust and relationships. with a little bit of toxicity like in the mix of it too, because that's my shit.
Are you fucking blowing bubbles
That's
in my
my shit.
butthole, bro?
That's my fucking shit.
in my butthole, bro?
Train, what's up, dude? Fucking, I'm gonna put together Lego too. Do it, baby. Let's all build something. Let's all build something just to destroy it. I'd have Cable's kids out my pee hole. God damn. One sec, chat. All right, who's gifting subs? You'll see. WBH, thanks for the fucking 5, dude. Holy shit, thank you, bro. And Valorant gifting 2. Yeah, Valorant, dude. Hey, listen. I mean, come off it, dude. Come off it, bro. I be seeing people like someone gives 7 subs and then Valorant's like fucking, all right, here's 37. You know what I mean? Dude, I mean, what are we saying? Right? I don't understand it. Yo, thank you, WBH, for the 5er. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, bro, for real. Also, fuck you, bitch. Nah, I take it back. I take back my thanks for you sending the texting emote. Pussy. Ghost, what's up, baby? Good to see you, Ghost. Bro went from one expensive hobby to another. Pokemon to Legos. Crazy. Nah, I didn't buy these. Right? She's probably in the chat. I didn't buy these. Kiana gave me these while I was at Clyde's. While we were at Clyde's wedding. I can't dip into another fucking expensive hobby right now. But we have this and a bonsai tree. So, she works for Lego. I don't know if she wants me to say that. She is a fan of Lego or some shit. Hey, Sparta! Chat, you guys still want to see my cat? Before I go put her out? Come here, baby. My bubba girl. Oh, my bubba girl. Mwah. You wanna go out there? Hmm? Okay. All right. Pokemon and Lego's going to be insane. Scout to the moon. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely, bro. Did you see that the Phantasmal UPC selling for like $350 already from Pokemon Center? Dude, shit's fucking cooked. I just want to be able to buy some shit. You know what I mean? That's all. I just want to be able to buy one single SKU of new shit. That's it. Like, and I feel like that's not hard to ask. You know? Hey, Fuzzguzz, fucking blow my sack. Did you get your hands on one, Greg? You know how funny it is that actual bonds aren't like 5 times the price of Lego versions?
Who do you think you are? I am.
How long? Yo, Jazzy, what's up, baby? Sorry, let me scroll up. Just wait until the Pokemon set comes out. I'm excited. Let me scroll up on chat real quick. Fun fact, Lego got the rights to Pokemon this year, so those sets are coming. I did know that, yeah. I did know that. Jazzy, very good to see you, babe. Show me the puss is crazy. Chat, what do you guys think of my cat? I hear Grandma Slayer. Let me scroll down. Look at the beans. Dude, I fucking love Sparta, man. Loki, your cat's better than Sparta or Noah? That's a fucking fat lie. They're all great. They're all great. Grandma Slayer, what's up, baby? Fuzzguzz, what's up, dude? Also, I see you as well, Kiana. It's good to fucking see you. VC, what's up, baby? What's up, Rice, bitch? Okay, I think I'm caught up. Sparta is gorgeous when she's in her full form, aka Fluffy. Listen, if I don't fucking keep her shaved, it's bad. She gets caught on everything. You know what I mean? And I have to keep her nails clipped too. She won't let me clip her own nails, and I have to sedate her whenever I send her off for that too. So it's best just to get her fucking full shaved. You know what I mean? I gotta keep the pussy fucking trimmed, dog. Ugh. Fuck. Oh, boy hit too? Both you motherfuckers hit? I just went to my card store and I'm bribing my boy there for a booster. Enhanced booster for what? Food's amazing. What do you get for lunch? Jazzy, you know Sparta's gorgeous around the clock, by the way. All right. Toner Boner, what's up, baby? Legos, what are you building? I'm building some Star Wars Legos. Yeah, Saudi Arabia fucking conglomerate bought EA, and they're gonna send it private. That's amazing. It's amazing. All right. Oh, you did get a hold of some Phantasmal ETBs. Just built a McLaren F1 car. It was so much fun. Damn, that sounds badass. Damn, chat. How many of you motherfuckers enjoy Lego? This is my first time touching Legos in 20 years. I didn't know it was... Well, I mean, I knew, obviously, there's adults that, like, do Legos and stuff, but I didn't realize that so many of you fuckers were in my chat with it as well. We love expensive hobbies. Why is that, right? Bonfire. Bonfire. Jackson, what's up, baby? I grew up on Legos, having 2 older brothers. I like building Gundam models. They're somewhere packed away. Hey, I mean this when I say it, Fuzzgoes. No one fucking asked. Jesus Christ. I don't buy them because I don't have room to display them. Dude, just turn your bedroom into a Lego room. Fuck it. Chicken salad in a pita pocket with lettuce, mayo, banana peppers, plus a side of potato salad and peanut butter cookies. That sounds bussin'. Holy fuck. I like my comic book wall. Yeah, you like your virginity too. Holy fuck, dude. I am cooking. Holy fuck, I'm cooking. Damn, bro. Next page. Page number 3.
Stop! Stop! He's already dead.
Oop, I fucked up. Bonfire. Just sent you pictures on Discord? Bro, that thing looks crazy. That thing looks like it works. Like it runs. Nah, you ain't leaving for good, Rice. I love you, baby. I hope you lose a piece and you fucking step on it, you bitch. Damn, why are you so toxic all of a sudden? What the fuck did I do to you, bro? The fuck? Damn, what the fuck did I do to you, dude? Damn, low-key kinda toxic? It's not even kinda, bro. It's insane. People have made functioning W12 engines in Lego. That's insane. Natural ginger rage, don't mind them. It's tough to see, VC. I don't even know what I did to fucking deserve the backlash or whatever that, you know what I'm saying? You called me a virgin? I'm a virgin. The fuck? I'm saving myself for marriage, bro. Anal doesn't count. I'm over here building Legos and this guy's fucking tilting at me, chat. Well, I mean, what the fuck do I do? I feel unsafe. Speaking of unsafe, dude, are you guys seeing these streamers that are like, oh, yo, I'm not going to TwitchCon because it's unsafe and shit? Like we fucking live in Gaza. You know? Wishing someone to step on a Lego is the most toxic thing ever said, and now you're trying to gaslight me into thinking I'm the bad guy? Does that sound like something I would do? I thought it was it is gaslighting, yeah. The G is silent. The G is silent. Okay. That's cool, but if my friends ask where you are, I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I want to go to any large event with all the shit that's been happening. I mean, yeah, the world's a scary fucking place right now, but these streamers are acting like they're fucking political martyrs or some shit. You know what I mean? And on top of that, like, dude, fucking, I ain't about to sit inside my house and be like, holy fuck, I'm scared to go outside. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? Yeah, yeah, exactly. We all locked ourselves inside for like fucking 8 months. Fuck that. I'm going to all the events too. Yeah, people. There's these prominent streamers that are like, oh, I'm not going to TwitchCon because I feel unsafe and shit. It's like, dude, we're in fucking San Diego. You know what I mean? It's not like it's fucking Gaza or some shit, or a fucking school for that matter. It's like a venue. You know what I mean? It's like a fucking. Now is Twitch notorious about like maybe not being the safest operator of these things? Sure. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be there to fucking support and hang out with my friends and make sure they're safe, right? Like Steph and Dahlia, who can both hold their own anyway. But like, I'm not expecting to go and fucking there be like shootings and shit. You know what I mean? Just a bunch of people posting, I feel unsafe. There's no threads. There's nothing major happening. Just people. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. People are just, what's it called? Virtue signaling. Is that right? Virtue signaling. Yeah. They're basically just trying to get people to not go to the event. In other words. Shall I tripping by? Oh, we missed a piece. Space gets weirder every year. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, streamers are notorious about victimizing themselves into situations that they have no business into putting themselves into. Does that make sense? I feel like they do it for content or like to capitalize on their grift. It's the same way that streamers, like the streamers who fucking fire up a stream every single day and they're like, hey yo, go peep my rent goal along with my fucking my 14th subathon this month for this 4-hour stream, and we're just gonna add your time to the next stream. And I'm just, you know what I mean? Like this space becomes so like convoluted, and it's then spreads out into the fucking real world, and like that's what these streamers are just fucking clueless, bro. You know what I mean? It's crazy. So. As long as there's no foam pit to break your toe bone on, I think they'll be just fine. Yo, Adriana Chechik. Ain't the first time that ass got blown up. Hello! The most unsafe thing at TwitchCon is the foam pit. Dude, I remember that. That shit was crazy. We're gonna have a fucking blast. Dead ass. Dead ass. When she fucking jumped into that thing, she jumped in with no fucks given, too. That I wanna fucking be able to jump into a relationship with this little fucks that she gave jumping into that foam pit. You know what I mean? I feel like I deserve that in my life. Anyway. But yeah, it's a bunch of nonsense, as per is everything that we see online now. It's just a bunch of fucking nonsense. Bunch of loud noises that don't make a fuck. Bunch of loud people that don't make a fuck. Alright. I'll never be one. All right, we need a three by one. God damn. Yo, chat. How badass would it be? How badass would it be to be one of the engineers that designed the fucking Legos? You know what I mean? Do you think they do it all with like computer like software? Or do you think they like actually still do it from like they start with like a little design book and they literally piece it together in a design book and then use that design book to then like populate an instructional? One better, how cool would it be to be a Lego? Dead ass. Then have Stephanie step on us. Holy fuck, dudes. They're probably settled. Oh, they 100% settled, I'm sure. That or she actually signed a waiver before doing it. Did they have waivers for the fucking foam pit? Someone also broke their ankle in the balloon Keep It Up event. Wait, what? Keep It Up event that same year? Wait, they... A Keep It Up event. Oh, like to keep the balloon from touching the ground and someone broke their ankle? What the fuck? How crazy are we getting in fucking... in fucking thumping balloons that were rolling ankles and shit. I don't need to be a Lego to want that. Shut the fuck up. Oh, it's a Twitch Rivals thing. Okay, I see. She didn't do the intended yeah. I don't think that there was probably a sign that said no cannonballs or fucking diving headfirst into the foam pit. You know what I mean? Yeah, that was 3 years ago. This year's the 10th year anniversary. I'm excited. Hopefully they got some cool shit or at least a cool fucking swag bag, bro. Dog, what? The recurring price of your Splash Unlimited membership will increase starting October 20th. Nah, bro, my car wash is fucking raising prices. Inflation sucks. It's going up a fucking $1. Sorry, it's going up $2. No, it's going up $1. Our promise is simple: deliver a fast, friendly, and honest experience while taking care of our people. Staying true to that commitment, we are letting you know of an upcoming change to our limited membership pricing that will go into effect starting October 20th, 2025. These changes outlined will automatically apply to all active unlimited memberships in our system starting in your upcoming recharge cycle on or after 10/20. This is not a decision we make lightly. We've held off any member pricing adjustments for 3 years, but this change is necessary to align with our pricing with true costs of providing the level of service you've come to expect and to continue reinvesting in our business and our people. There will be no changes to our member benefits, which include $30 off every 10-minute oil change, discounted rates for additional vehicles, unlimited statewide access to 27 locations, complimentary air freshener and towel exchange program enrollment. We're deeply grateful for the trust and loyalty. Thank you for supporting a local-owned business, and we look forward to continue serving you. All right. I can pay $1. Chad, I pay these folks previously $39 a month, now $40 for being able to use their car wash, and they got fucking dope ass car washes all around the state. You just pull up and go through. You know? Why is living so expensive? Dude, make it make sense, you know what I mean? Submit the video for the 10-year thing. Oh, that'd be sick. Yeah, for the intro, that'd be super sick to see you on it. How close to your car dealer are you? Usually they wash for free even without a service. Yeah, I mean, the dealership I go to when I get service, they wash. But yeah, it's only that's like 45-minute drive for me. It's in Little Rock. But this thing, there's like, they got a car wash in Little Rock, a couple of them actually. A car wash in Conway, which is the town closest to me. They got one in BB. They got pretty much everywhere. And they're the fucking super nice car washes, like touchless with the fucking, the only brushes or bristles are the ones that kind of just sweep the sides of your vehicle, and or that like are the felt fucking little curtain tails or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And then they always hook me like that. They've got the fucking ceramic coating, which is the main reason I use it. Shit, is it bong ripping time? Dude, I'm down. I'm down. I need to grind up some weed. But the car wash that I get at my dealership, Greg, isn't like anything premium, right? Whenever I get my whip serviced, they do a little wash and shit. But it's not like it's not like it's detail equivalent. Yeah, it's more of a thank you for spending for overspending to get your car serviced here so you can keep your warranty. Here's a fucking here's a thank you that I scrubbed with my kind of like marginally greasy shop towel on your car. You know what I mean? We do full exterior when customers spend more than $500 in repairs. Is my grinder dead? That was meant to rise above it. Spit shine? Yeah, that's how it is in mine too. They definitely don't take any like pride in the shine. All I see is trophies. Cable uses grinder? Fuck yeah, dude. How else the fuck you expect me to find dick? My dealer will hawk 2 on that shine? You guys are dumb. You guys are fucking dumb. Dude, is my grinder good? Alright, there we go. I got it out on the weekend. Chat, you want to know what I can't stop thinking about? Fucking iced caramel macchiatos, bro. Fuck! Should I get one delivered? New place I'm moving to will be like 3 blocks away from a dispensary. Nice, dude. I live 20 minutes from any one dispensary, so like there's one I hit up that has my edibles a choice, there's one I hit up that has my flower a choice, and then there's one I hit up that has my raw consumable of choice. And each day they have different deals. So like while say on Monday one of those shops will have a deal on flower. And then on, like, you know, Tuesday, the other shop will have a deal on their edibles or whatever, you know? I'm pretty sure my electric grinder's having a stroke. Right, I just need to clean it. Maybe it's got a bad connection. Who the fuck knows? Let's get high. Card Stop just got Japanese Phantasmal flame in. Someone let me get $1. You can't even read the shit anyway, dude. Why are you buying it? Why are you buying it?
What up, BB?
What? Did we just
Super
become
tired
best
today
friends?
for
Yup.
Sure. Jappy 19 months, man.
Yo, Michael. Thanks for the fucking tier 3 for 19 months, baby. Appreciate you, man. Super tired today for sure. Yo, Jappy 19 months. I love you, bro. Thank you, Michael, for the fucking 19 months, dude. Thank you, thank you. Are you at work? You should get a nap in, bro. Regardless. I'm heartless. The largest. The largest. Chad, this song fucks. Away. Where are you now? Atlantis, under the sea, under the sea. Where are you now? It's not a dream. Monsters running wild inside of me. I'm faded. So lost. I'm faded. Build some Star Wars Schmitz today or right now. We have a bonsai tree as well. We're on page fucking 6, dudes. We're scooting. 12, I'm sorry. All right. We need 4 of these. On fire. Where are you now? All right, shit's getting a little confusing. I'm faded. All right, we need a 1x2. To this guy. We need 2 of those. We need a 1x1 flat. Right there. Need a shorty. I think that's right. I remember building Bionicles and some Episode 3 Star Wars stuff as well. Those were those days were gas. Nice, bro. I haven't touched Legos in probably 20 years. 20 years or better, I think. It's been a fucking schmuck. Wait, so what's the hitter? Phantasmal Flames isn't out yet in the English, right? So what's the chaser for that set? Is it a Zard? Is that a fucking what set is that even in? Is that 151 or like what set is that in? Scarlet and Violet? Strangers from strangers into brothers. Older. I wonder why. Oh, it's a part of Mega Evolution? Okay. Yeah, text it to me, boy. Oh, shit. Oh, not gonna lie, that thing's hot. Holy fuck. Yo, not gonna lie, that thing's hot as fuck. I don't wanna wait to do this one more time. Damn. Holy fuck, 670 for Japanese? Dude, that card's gonna go for fucking 1500 raw for English. The fuck? What the fuck? Or like at least a couple racks for fucking high grade? Like what are we saying? Nah, I guess there's not that much disparity. But 1,000 for English? That's insane. 1,000 for English raw is fucking insane. Damn, dude. The fact that I didn't hit on any Pokemon Center for that Phantasmal set's a bummer. Japan are easier to grade, I heard. Oh, that's fucking to get PSA 10. Oh yeah, that's because the print quality out of Japan is levels ahead of fucking English quality control. Yeah. The print quality and the print quality here is nowhere near matching the print quality in Japan. So that's why English cards, the PSA 10 card, like when you get a good grade on the English card, bro, it sells so fucking much because it takes an act of Congress to get a good card with English printers. I miss you. Missed out on the booster box because the add to cart button wouldn't work? Yeah. Dude, that's the Pokemon Center fucking thing, though. I'm going to try to get the Walmart drop that lands Wednesday. But, you know. Lunch break's over. Back to work for me. Catch you later if you're still streaming in 2.5 hours. We'll be here, baby. Hey, have a good night, or have a good rest of the fucking work shift, dude. We will be here. We will be here. Maybe popping some balloons. Bang, bang, into the room. I know you want it. Not that you have it. Ferrari. Hey. Same what? Same you're trying to get them Wednesday? Or are you trying to get the drop Walmart? The Walmart drop? Dude, I'll suck 12 dicks for it. I'll suck 12 dicks if I can get out paying fucking $60 for ETB. Dead ass. I ain't trying. Yeah, that's when it's supposed to drop is 9 EST. We'll be streaming, so we'll try to get a clock on stream. Suck mine 12 times instead? Yeah, if you send me the ETBs, dead ass. You'll suck 12 dicks anyway? You guys know me too well. I am super queer. Right? Ain't nothing wrong with sucking dicks, dude. But you motherfuckers take it to the next level. Y'all try to like kiss me and shit after we're done. Y'all be bringing in that gay shit, and I just ain't with it. It's too intimate. It's too intimate. Hope to die. $12 dicks and 13 hot dogs. 12 dicks in my mouth, 13 hot dogs up my crack. What you going to do? What I'm going to do? Fallen angel. Dead. Oops. I fucked up. I fucked up. All right, there we go. My backup plan.
You're embarrassing yourself, you geriatric fuck!
Marty, what's good, homie? Marty, what's good, bro? How are you, girl? I'm doing good. So many fingernails have been ruined fucking with Legos. I can feel the tearing now just thinking about it. Yeah, I didn't clip my fingernails before this, and I'm glad I didn't. Pulling that piece back off would have been impossible. I'm doing pretty well, Marty. Doing pretty all right. Crowding's over. It's the city by the sea. If I recall, it's a Star Wars trash compactor. We are building Lego. There you go. It's a Star Wars something. I'm not sure. This is what it is. It may be a trash compactor. We have a bonsai tree too. We have a bonsai tree too. Courtesy of fucking Kiana the Goat. Hallway from New Hope. Tentative IV. Oh, it's the hallway from New Hope at the start. Okay, nice. You're a fucking hallway from New Hope or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I said it. Yo, Corette, are you a Star Wars nerd? What'd you do? You gave me the Legos because you're a fucking peach, and I love you. My shit loose like a hallway? God. Kinda know a lot about the original saga. Nice, bro. Gay? I'm just kidding. Smoking gun. Probably got worse. What about you? You left me on 8. About fucked that up. Dude, I'll hook her up with Entry Sound. I'll give her whatever she wants, dog. You miss building Legos? This is my first time touching Legos in like 20 years. Every bit of 20 years, I think. And to my surprise, there's a lot of people in chat that do Legos, man. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, Venom, we'll gift a year sub whenever it's up, huh? Holy fuck, dude. That's Bizzle. The car you just sent me is fucking insane. Holy Grail. Watch me. Oh, what if the sets aren't like $900? So is it like, are there no cheap Lego sets? Be for real. I don't know any pricing. I didn't even go look at the pricing for this stuff. I have no idea. But are they all expensive, or is there like some moderately like affordable pieces? Just don't care for the smaller ones. That's valid. You got another one to do whenever you get time. So for you guys who do this as your hobby, what's your routine? Actually, I'm curious. Like, what's your routine? Like, when you're like, okay, you know what? Today's the day I'm building this set finally. Like, do you put on a fucking silk robe, like turn on some Blink 182 and shit? Maybe like pull off a little masturbation beforehand. Like, what do we do? What do you guys do to consume like your Lego time? This is the type of set I like. Okay, one sec. Holy fuck. $1,000 is crazy. 7,500 pieces is in fucking insane. How long is that build though? You build that in a single session? Something's fucking wrong with me. When I did the F1 car, I did a Star Wars marathon. Oh, and watched Star Wars while building it. I built the car while watching stream. I'll fucking kiss you, dude. It depends. The Star Wars ones and stuff that's not from Lego specifically, they have to pay for the licensing, so the prices for those are more. Oh, that makes sense. We usually build while watching shows or a movie. You have to do a few sessions for that. If you do, you're a god. Yeah, dude, I can imagine. So, like, do you guys have, like, a coffee table, like a designated coffee table in your house that's like, you know what? I'm fine and comfortable keeping the pieces here overnight and shit. I know my cat's not going to fucking shit on them or eat them or whatever. Like, obviously, I couldn't do that with this desk space. But, so I'm guessing you guys have, like, a designated area where you kind of put stuff together, huh? Like, similar to, like, people who do puzzles. TV trays? Okay, I got you. That makes sense. Interesting. Chad, am I weird? Am I weird for not having hobbies? You can be honest. I do have hobbies, but what are my hobbies? I feel like I have no hobbies. Smoking is my hobby for sure. Not weird, but a little gay, maybe? Okay, well, that's okay. I like being a little gay. Gaslighting us? When has that ever happened? Streaming, gaslighting, getting high? See, you guys can't even fucking give me a real hobby that I have. Damn, dudes. I'm cooked. You know it? You have hobbies, fucking dads, shit talking your friends. I try to think about answers to these questions, right? Because they get asked on like some medical shit too. Like, what do you do in your free time? What are your hobbies? And it's like, I have none. Let's see. When I'm not streaming, I'm either walking, driving around, or fucking sleeping. Or I guess like talking shit to Sparta or watching like Dexter or some shit. Or Twitch. Chill with your cat, yeah. Chilling at random place with your friends and talking about nothing and everything. Sleeping's your favorite hobby? I mean, walking or going for drives could be a hobby, maybe. Could it, though? Maybe I'm coming to the realization that I need actual hobbies to, like, populate my time. Maybe I should start doing puzzles or fucking Legos. Nah, because I feel like doing this with you guys is what makes this, like, fun for me, right? Doing this, and that, I feel like, makes it not a hobby. This is making content. Maybe that's my hobby's making content. Maybe that's my hobby, streaming. Although, no, because if I didn't make money streaming, I wouldn't stream. I wouldn't stream for free. Fuck, dude, I don't know. Maybe I have no fucking hobbies, dude. Where can we find your content? Onlyfans.com//cable company. It's all right. Believing it does. My last day. Yep. What's up? What's up? What's up? Yep. Yep. Ben did it. Ben did it. Ben did it. Ben did it. Yep. Fuck. You can totally monetize hobbies. I do jigsaw puzzles on my PC. It's pretty relaxing. No hobbies means basic bitch. What's your hobby, WBH? I like to watch anime. I like to watch anime. Anyway. Ben did it. Probably Ben did it. Ben did it. You and me, we were lovers in a past life. Growing old. Anime and gaming, Karez now dead to me. Being a little bitch is his hobby, JK. I feel like that's a quality hobby. I feel like that's also partially my hobby, is being a little bitch. Chat, how are we looking? Also, do we dig the scene? Is this scene good? Like, or should we like change the camera framing and shit? Is this everyone's feng shui digging on this? You and me. Okay. My baby want a Birkin. Gasoline and groceries, the list goes on and on. It's good, stop being anal. I'm trying. You know me, bro. I'll ask you at least fucking 1,000 more times, too. Worried about my problems, I can't take them when I'm gone. Here comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Tell him bring another round, we need plenty more. 2 stepping on the table, she don't need a dance floor. Good lord. They know me and Jack Daniels got a history. I've been boozy since I left. Oh lord. We gonna do this shit again. Oh lord. Tell him bring another round, we need plenty more. 2 stepping on the table, she don't need a dance floor. Good lord. Exhilarated, what's up, baby? Did someone say anal? Yeah, I'm trying to fucking get up in that. Anus. Here comes the 2 to the 3 to the 4. Getting kind of late, but the ladies want some more. Water heater has to be replaced, so that'll be a fun expense. At least it's happening now and not in the fucking dead of winter. But yeah, that shit sucks. I had to go through that expense last year, the day I got back from GCX. Boom. You got a lot of nerve, don't you, baby? Why'd you throw them stones if you... I thought you knew. Oh shit, we're making hella progress, chat. We're actually looking fucking good. Just kinda mess all by myself. Don't act like you for the bottom of the shelf. If that ain't the truth. I think this is right. Mostly love. Myself for a while. Mostly love. But I don't want anything. Mm-hmm. Mostly love. Oops. All right, Chad. I think we completed bag one, dude. The first bag is down. Potentially. Potentially. World is a fucked up place in time. Candy, what's up, dude? How you doing, bro? Not your friend. To the death of the 36 chambers. Pull the trigger and send the bullets to a stranger. Nice. All right, number two. I don't want to die. I don't want to live. Doing homework at the moment? Nice, bro. Fuck, man, I need to empty my trash. I need to empty my trash. Chat, should I get a fucking... another coffee? Yes? Alright. You're gonna twist my arm. Alright, I got one on the way. I got one on the way. By who? Bird's eye view. Chat, what's your favorite coffee? Or do you just get it black? Or do you like that shit black? Iced coffee, cream, hot coffee. Or wait, sorry. Iced coffee, cream, hot coffee, cream, and equal. Equals sugar, right? Black coffee or Americano, hot or iced. Iced black, 2 or 3 shots of espresso. Cream brulee, cold brew. Is that even fucking coffee fuzz? Iced coffee, nutty buddy. Damn. Pumpkin spice with peanut butter protein powder. Shit is good. That sounds busters. Substitute, gotcha. So I just get a mine is a, and maybe you guys can tell me, is a caramel macchiato actually coffee? Or am I a fraud? Is it actually a coffee? And if so, what's in it? What does it mean? You know what I mean? Espresso, steamed milk, caramel syrup, and drizzle. Oh, yeah. Espresso counts as coffee. Yeah? Espresso counts as coffee. Or espresso is coffee, correct? Yeah, so we're Gucci. Hey, Killer Eagle, next time you hit me with a fucking ChatGPT ass reply, I'm gonna fucking ban you as well. I know you just went to Google it, bitch. Act like you fucking are barista or Bartista or some shit. Fuck up and find out, motherfucker. I swear to God, I'll kiss you. Alright, anyway. Yeah, nice, dude. Cool Batista skills. I don't give a fuck. What do you start calling you fucking Angel Batista, right? What are you from fucking Dexter? We talking Starbucks? We are. It's stronger. Oh, so I'm actually a fucking big coffee drinker then. If I'm drinking espresso, huh? My bad. It's a finer grind and stronger. I get a large caramel ribbon crunk with 3 shots espresso. Ain't gonna lie, I've been waiting on this stream since Ohio. Dude, I've been waiting on you since fucking my streams. Whatever. For Starbucks, I get a venti vanilla latte, no ice, 6 blonde shots of espresso, and 7 pumps of vanilla. That sounds like a lot of shit, dude. In my youth, I was a barista. What's up, Helica? How are you, baby? I get 1 shot espresso at the coffee shop. Do you just fucking knock it back like it's a tequila shot? Or do people actually do that? Do they're like, yo, let me get a shot of espresso? They're just like, and then on about their day or what? Lick some fucking sauce, some fucking lick the sugar off your fucking like you're at a bar, bro. That's fucking insane. VC, you do that shit? It's a lot of caffeine. I'm fine with my fucking easy peasy. Right? I just tell them what I want. There's no like, yeah, can I get the fucking cold foam? Also, can you twist my ball sack just a quarter turn to the left and then fucking fry my milk? You know what I mean? It's just, I want a fucking caramel macchiato with whole milk. You know what I'm saying? Good with Red Bull? That's valid too. I can't be drinking caffeine to be honest, but you know. Oh, in your coffee. Okay, gotcha. I get a quad shot over ice with almond milk. Mostly I stick to my lattes at home now. One of my favorite things to do as a Batista was to do decaf espresso to anyone who is an asshole. Chat, if you're ever curious, the kind of person Killer Eagle is, I mean, dude was a scammy Batista. You know what I'm saying? Fuck around. It's crazy. One time, this guy paid for extra shots, but he was an asshole. He got decaf. So, well, obviously, no, decaf means decaffeinated. But how do you decaffeinate coffee? Like, what's the process of decaffeinating a naturally occurring caffeine? I assume caffeine's naturally occurring in coffee, right? So they'd have to decaffeinate it. How do they do that? There was decaf beans. This one's worth a Google. How do they decaf coffee? Decaffeination removes caffeine from coffee beans. They are roasted and brewed using methods like the Swiss water process. Patented process using water and activated charcoal, CO2 process, which is high pressure liquid carbon dioxide solvent. I bet that's what most people use. And solvent process, methylene chloride or ethyl acetate solvents. Each process involves soaking green unroasted coffee beans to open them and allow the caffeine to be extracted by water, CO2, or solvent, after which the beans are dried up and can be processed into decaffeinated coffee. Okay. So yeah, they literally do it at a distribution level. So all decaf has a tiny bit of caffeine. Does it taste the same? Just nut in it? Does it taste the same as regular caffeine, full caffeine coffee? Or does putting it through this process make it taste different? I bet it tastes a little bit different. Does decaffeinated coffee healthy? I don't care. Caffeine doesn't do much. I drink coffee before bed. It actually helps me crash. What's crazy is I used to fucking shoot meth in my arms and fucking be wrapped up full times, up days at a time. Now I fucking drink a thing of like any sort of caffeine, and I just fucking get juiced up. My tolerance is fucking reset. Yeah, no, I mean, I have issues. Sleeping more than I have, like, being energetic. Is that like, what do you guys run? Are you guys tired all the fucking time? And like, Or can you guys sleep all the time? I have hypothyroidism as well. I have hypothyroidism too, but I take like a 112 microgram Synthroid thing for it. No, I mean, I have constant fatigue, but I'm not saying fatigue is exhaustion, right? Just because you have fatigue doesn't often means like you're fatigued, but you can't sleep either, which is kind of where I sit. 50-50 for sleep comes easy for you. Nice. Okay. I sleep better during the day than I do at night. I'm tired all the time and energy drink basically as soon as I wake up. I sleep like 8 to 10 hours a day. Damn. I guess I sleep that too now. Let me see what my sleep score was last night, actually. Oh, I had a bad sleep last night. Elevated breathing. Elevated breathing. I also didn't take my edibles last night, so. Chat, my heart rate got down to 48 last night. Dude, I died. I'm pretty sure I died. Damn, what the fuck? Jesus. All right, anyway. I have to damn near take a horse trank to put my ass to bed at night, and I get my 8 to 10 hours of sleep. If I don't take my meds, I'm up for days. I feel that. My problem's not napping in the day. I'm constantly tired and fatigue nukes me. See, I just fucking take my edibles, and then I take my edibles like at 9 o'clock, and then I'm usually out by like 11. So I get 8 to 10 hours as well. Because I wake up around 9 a.m. But a 48 fucking heart rate's insane, dude. I literally died in my sleep, I think.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
What's up, Unknown? Yeah, I hit the hella rim, dude. What's up, Mr. T? How are we, baby? All right. Dials of tomorrow. Full of sorrow. Yeah. No, you should hit him back up, Angelica. Me and Steph were actually just talking about that. I've been on Blurp 2.0 for a minute. You should hit him back up. For sure. And do your stuff as well. Nah, no, that's that's Alexis. Uh, and like they'll like set you up with like they'll schedule you for like a 1-to-1 to put your account into like the beta and shit and teach you the interface and shit. It's worth it. Definitely hit them back up. I'm surviving too, Mr. T. Hope you're well, bro. Looking spiffy, dude. Thanks, man. Ready to hit the club in my sweater, bro. What should your heart rate be while you sleep? I figure healthily, like probably middle 50s to middle 60s. My resting heart rate though is super low because like I'm on all these fucking lubricants. Like my normal heart rate, let's see. Show all health trends. No, I don't care about health trends actually. Show all health data. Where's that at? It's only showing my fucking sleeping heart rate, but I want to know what my shit is like. My range of heart rate, like while I'm active, moving around, is 48 to 83. Yeah, so I'm not only on shit that will fucking, that like, creates like frictionless paths between my heart and my lungs, but also I'm on a drug that has completely genocided all the fucking, cells in my artery wall. Uh, and then keeps them from growing back as well. So like it creates like full fucking proliferation for travel or whatever the fuck. Fancy words, big things. My front, you know what I mean. Fucking anyway. All right, I said yeah. Okay, bet. Yeah, that's a good one. It's worth it for sure. It is worth it. It is worth it. Chan, I gotta piss real quick, and then we'll continue the builds. Please don't text me. I gotta piss. I kind of always panic when I get company message on Twitter. Yeah. Usually my only messages on Twitter I get is like fucking, hey baby, I'll show you my tits if you send me fucking 8 crypto coins or whatever the fuck. Thank you for the 8 crypto bits. I got you, homie. I got you. I need to get a sleep monitor because I take morphine before I sleep and throughout the and all throughout the day. You deal with like chronic pain, Mr. T? Is the way life goes. Listen, I can't hit hot loads, right? I can't hit my full stickies if it's just a couple tacos, right, scissoring in the fucking look like a couple blind people trying to kiss. You know what I mean? I just ain't with it. You know what I mean? Like a couple blind people trying to bob for apples. Weird. Well, except for the one time that my boyfriend fucking hit a fat wad in my eye, bro. Me and my boyfriend were doing some fucking freaky deaky shit, and he fucking launched a fat fucking white wad into my eyeball. It's full sticky. But damn it. That's the only other time I've ever said it. So I don't know where it came from. Shut the fuck up. Fuck, dude. Chronic pain sucks, bro. That's fucking terrible. Absolutely terrible, man. Also, Exhilarate, thanks for the biddies, baby. That was a crazy combo of AI. Of AI voices, I think we just heard. Could you drown my tears? If you love me right, we fuck for life, on and on and on. Chat, y'all trying to fuck? What the fuck? I don't understand what it wants me to do. I just ate 3 fat corn dogs. Damn, that's a fucking. What do you get with your corn dogs? Mustard? This is important. What condiments do you use for your corn dogs? Make my own spicy mustard? Okay, bro. No, that's cool, man. How many hot dogs do you think you can do in one sitting? Me? 1, maybe. 1, maybe. What about you? Mustard only? Same. Yeah, mustard only. There's a Lego app that shows you where the next piece has to go. What? No, I didn't know that. I don't understand where this piece wants me to go. Elitist food takes as soon as I come in here. Oh, what's up, hubby? Oh, you visiting us in between your work shift and come in to be a little bit toxic? No, I get it. Ketchup's for commies. Hubby, what do you eat on your corn dogs? You probably fucking put like gravy or some dog shit. You're like, dude, I can't wait to have a corn dog with fucking apple jelly. Or some fucking wild shit, bro. Like, dude, you can't be trusted. You eat filet of fish once again. Anyway, I'm a mustard only guy too. Oh, okay. I take back everything I said. I love ketchup, like on hot dogs and with French fries, but when it comes to a fucking corn dog, mustard only. I don't know why. And I'm not even a big fan of mustard at all. Mustard only. It's disgusting, VC. It is. I ate a pack of hot dogs 2 weeks ago. Not proud of myself. Did you cook them or did you eat them raw? Hot dogs got to be mustard and relish. I respect that. I respect that. And you know that. A Kodak. Chat. Today's our last day to celebrate September. Okay, because I don't stream on Tuesdays and it ends Monday morning or Wednesday morning. So if you got any spare cash, I'm gonna, take a pause every once in a while on the stream and just remind. Okay, it's a politeful reminder. I'm not begging. Maybe I am begging. Fucking gift me subs. Anyway, 5 gifted has a chance to roll a bonus gifted on top of it. It's like fucking 2% chance to run fucking big gifted. Most of the time, it's like at least a 1 bonus. Obviously. So 5 gifted nets you some bonus. You can do some gambling. I'd appreciate it. My birthday's next week on Sunday. So if you want to celebrate early, you can do that too. I'd appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. And if not, I don't give a fuck either. We're all here for the vibes and building some Legos, and I'm about that shit on God. What's a corn dog? It's like a hot dog or a sausage with a fucking shish kebab through it. Like just a popsicle stick through it or whatever, and then a fucking like a honey buttery batter, and then fried. That's a corn dog. You want to hate me more? I'll drink SpaghettiOs from the can. Yes, I said drink. Oh, I'll do that too. SpaghettiOs used to be Beanie Weenies. When we'd go camping, we would do Beanie Weenies and like fucking set it up over a little fire. And just crack the top of the can, let the little candle warm the can or whatever, and then fucking just drink them. Still not a fillet of fish. Stupid bitch. Stupid bitch. You don't heat it? No, that's fine though. I'm just saying Beanie Weenies we did heat. SpaghettiOs I would just drink the can. But we would heat fucking Beanie Weenies. A deep fried hot dog, we don't get those here. Damn, dude, here it's like corn dogs are like a staple for like this type of season right now because it's like they're all at fairs and shit. I don't know how to. I guess fair is probably a universal word. I think these events where like these counties get together and fucking put on these big rides and shit. Where is he that corn dogs aren't a thing? T, aren't you fucking? Are you a oi bruv? I actually don't know what you are. Fried anything's fair food? Yeah, for sure. Fried ice cream and shit. I remain forever insane. Okay, UK. Yeah, oi, bro. Chat. Chat, you gonna die about that dick? Man. Hey, chat, did you hear about that? Did you guys hear about that dude that fucking or the QA that fucking like after the team that cleared worlds first, he like went in and fucking coached Parabellum or whatever, and then got them to place in like the top 5 or some shit. Did you guys see that on Twitter or whatever? No screens on the windows, beans on toast. Dude. UK is a crazy work. It's a crazy place, man. I get by. Under text. Cold SpaghettiOs being better than a fillet of fish is actually crazy. By the way, I'm going back to work. Good, bitch, and don't come back. And if you do come back, I expect you to fucking leave your dog shit food taste in the past. All right? Or we're going to action against your account. Not only will I ban you from this chat, I'll report you to the police and fucking local governments, municipalities. And I'll make sure you're never fucking allowed through any culinary thing. I have another UK food atrocity for you. What is it? Tell me about it. Let me hear it. Did y'all go to any fairs this year, by the way? I'd eat cold SpaghettiOs over filet fish any day. Dude, same, bro. You ain't even gotta sell me on it. Christmas cake with cheese? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. No, I don't. What the fuck was that? Oh. I was Ilsa. I was like, Ilsa just made a fucking noise. I was like, what the fuck? Oh, she's eating a fucking jelly bean that's about to make her yak. Chat. Chat, dude. Should I do Bean Boozles? Watching these streamers do Bean Boozles and shit for subs is fucking torture. Maybe we should do fucking Bean Boozles one stream, bro. I bet we could hit a lick. Christmas cake with cheese is traditional pairing from Yorkshire, England, where a sharp, crumbly cheese like Wensleydale is enjoyed with a rich, moist fruit cake. So none of you fuckers eat fish sticks? Nah, we're not gay fish, Kanye West. Or Hitler, for that matter, since you're Kanye West. Yo, what's up, Lethal? All right, yo, maybe I buy a thing of Bean Boozles, and we'll do that like in October next month. We'll do it for my birthday or whatever. Damn, I missed the opportunity for fucking September. Do it tomorrow? No, I got a busy day tomorrow. I won't be streaming. We'll do it next time, though. I don't know. Take IOUs for Bean Boozles. I guess we could. I had a fucking like. I thought I had a fucking thing of Bean Boozles. I probably threw them away because I was like, nah, I'll never fucking do this. We'll do it next time. We'll do it next time. Alright, see ya, hubby. Fuck you, bitch. Oh no, please come back. I love you, bro. I fucks with some crab cakes. Thought you'd do your epic raid with Clyde today? No, I'm gonna do it Wednesday. Chat, we're doing the epic raid with Clyde on Wednesday. Clyde and Goats. It'll be VC, I'm sure. Lana Lane, Clyde, and maybe some more of the squad. It'd be cool to get, like, I don't know if Rain will be in there or Plane or who, but it's gonna be gas. It's gonna be a dream. It's gonna be a dream. Is the raid really epic, dude? I heard in this, when it comes to being epic, this raid is quite potentially the most epic. The most epic of the epicness of the stuff. Just for a while. Hotel. I'm tweaking to a whole new era. I dare ya. The rhythm is a bass and the bass is the treble. If you know what I know, you don't want to step to this. Chat, who in here has played the epic raid? Who's done the epic raid? Like every day. I don't know where to go. Middle of nowhere. Yeah, I want to run it just to experience that the arena they built, like the where like the final encounter where Core Ghost is or whatever. I think it's pretty cool. We'll do it. We'll do it, and we won't play until Renegades. You don't care. Clyde's making a good point on his stream right now that no one ran it because they weren't sure if there's like actually going to be mechanic changes, but then the hype after seeing the reveal at the end of the raid, you know, that's kind of how it was for me too. Like I was watching them do it, I'm like, okay, a few mechanic changes, whatever. But then seeing all the bosses converge on the fire team at the end and shit was cool to see. It was a cool reveal. It was a cool reveal. I haven't even run it on normal, never mind on epic. It's definitely worth it for a run. It's a fun raid, in my opinion. I think Desert Perpetual is a pretty fun raid. In my opinion. Watch me as I take. Yo, chat, we're fucking slaying out right now, dude. Hell yeah, I'm about to fucking link up for a raid, dude. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. In the evening. Mm-hmm. I'll only DP if Cable teaches me to DP. Cable is not a teacher anymore. Cable is part of the... Cable's part of the carry now, no longer a teacher. Till I come. Nah, chat. Just kidding. I'm back in on doing helps, right? And if you wanna hop in the raffles, it's 5 gifted. 5 gifted, dude. Front of the fucking list. Carry me in Gambit, carry me in the tower. Okay. I can do both of those. Make with the gifted subs, boys. 5 gifted.
If your dad is sucking your dick, then I'm gonna fuck your dad in the ass. And if you're sucking your dad's dick, then I'm gonna fuck you in the ass while doing a reach around on your dad.
Okay. Okay. Vlad's so fucking hot. Yo, thanks for the biddies, bro. Ooh. Yo, chat, we're looking fucking toit right now. We're looking hella toit, dudes. Hella toit, dudes. There goes my mind. Sick in my bones. One sec. All right. Bag number 3. Yo, T, thanks for the alert, bro. Anti-hero. Chat. I can't believe we're in fucking October. Or we're about to be. This year, man, has fucking cooked. It has fucking cooked, mates. It's gone so fast, man. No flowers at the funeral. It's pretty insane. The fuck? There it is. I was like, I just had that piece in my hand and I fucking misplaced it. That's crazy. I'll be yours. I'll be yours again. Just a bad memory. Done now. Just a bad memory. Evil boy. Oh, I fucked up. You fucked up? I am a little bit of loneliness, a little bit of disregard, handful of complaints, but I can't help the fact that everyone can see these scars. But it's like no matter what I do, I can't convince you to just believe this is real. A little unconfident. Sometimes it don't make sense. But it's like no matter what I do, I can't convince you for once just to hear me out. Hey, enjoy lunch, Marty. Appreciate the lurk, homie. Love you, Chica.
Alas, I am long and hard.
Oh, hard dress and a fart on.
Why is the motherfucker farting on dressers, dude? Right? Auxiliary, I feel like you recorded some of these blurps. If I'm being for realsies, I feel like you have recorded some of these blurps. It's like the only explanation. Motivation. Farting in his dresser's like pulling your sack on a cold marble countertop. It's peak. Damn, now I want to go fart on a dresser. I may actually take a break from stream and go fucking just drop a fat fucking barking spider on my dresser, dog. Just to feel again. You know what I mean? Just to feel again.
Oh, shit. I trusted a fart.
I trusted a fart. Oh, he's thanks for the biddies, bro. Now I record it. That's content. I should record it and post it on the OnlyFans, bro.
What? Did we just become best friends? Yep.
Above my goat. Thank you for the 26 months. I love you, man. I love you, dude. Chat, this is my goat above. Holy fuck. It was so good spending time with you, man, at the wedding, dude. It was so much needed. Also, congrats on your clear, dude. God, he's even hotter in person. Dude, I'll fucking suck your dick in public. I swear to God I will. I'll fucking shovel the cum in my belly button, dog. I said it. I said it. Yo, when we peeking, dog? When we peeking, baby? Louis Vuitton when is that Mexican OT? Just like Johnny, dang. God, any day this week works for me, bro. I'll reach out to everyone to see what works. Maybe this weekend. Yeah, I'm down for this weekend as well. My birthday's next Sunday. So I guess actually it doesn't matter. We can do it next Sunday. It doesn't matter. We can do it whenever. We can do it whenever. Well, I don't stream on Saturdays. That's the only thing. So if we do it Saturday, I won't be streaming. But I'm game for whatever. You pick? I mean, I'm down with Sunday. I don't give a fuck. But I want you to know that that is my birthday that day. So I'll be like, yo, hold on above. Let me thank my, because I'm going to have a lot of donos, right, coming in. Probably thousands on thousands of subs, you know what I mean? Just fucking thousands of subs. Just fucking. You know what I mean? Just fucking rolling in. Is it Reigns on the 2nd? Yes. Reigns is the 2nd or the 7th? I think the 2nd. We do Friday too? I'm down with either or. I don't have any plans for the stream, dude, to be honest. So, I mean, peak would be fine. I don't have any plans. The only other content I have planned for this week is to do the epic raid with Clyde at some point, but that's Wednesday. So, I'm fucking whenever's clever, baby. I'm down with doing it Sunday. I'm down with doing it Friday. Either way works for me, bro. Don't you make me choose? All right, Sunday. Sunday. We'll do it to celebrate my birthday since we missed it on your birthday, right? Since we missed it on your birthday, we'll do it on my birthday, bitch. Johnny Day. I love you, bro. Yo, Accelerated, thanks. I'm a god. Yo, thanks for the $5, dude, in celebration of the birthday. Thank you, man. Thank you. And Valorant dropping one on top because they're a stingy bitch. Yo, Valorant, dude. Release, fucking let up my RNG just a little bit. Fucking these tight pocket motherfuckers, bro. Whoever's running the Valorant account for fucking cable, Jewish. Anyway, nah, they are. Oh, Dan, I need to. I'll reply to you today. I'll get back to you today, Dan. 100%. I will reply back to you today, bro. I promise. Thanks for fucking bumping. I completely forgot. Yep, I got you. Milk me. What's up, Muff baby? How we doing, man?
Yeah, what you doing, little bro? Gotta knock that shit
Force
up, bro.
Cable to invite me to things. How is it Cable's fault? Yeah, Muff, we're doing peak Sunday for mine and above's birthday. You're there. You are. You're there. Four a.m. I'm nodding off. Hope this wasn't fentanyl. Hide behind my camouflage. It's always my fucking fault. Let go. This guy hates me on God, then gaslights the fuck out of me. Crazy how we've been abandoned. You know, honestly, that's just kind of how Helica is, right? She's like, dude, let's become the greatest of friends, and then I'm all of a sudden I'm gonna move across the country and ghost you completely. Yeah, that's basically what happened. Did I miss anything out of that? I think that's what happened. Muff, did I miss anything about that? Yeah, I think that's what happened. She abandoned us. 4 a.m. I'm nodding off. Zing! Chat, we're on bag number 4. I'm sorry I gotta hang out with Muppins and Cable once. I'm kinda sad we didn't again. Yeah, I'm kinda sad we didn't either. Y'all know you are like 1 to 4 people that have met her, so you're special in my heart. I don't believe you, because right after we met her, you fucking moved across the country and abandoned me and Muff. I'm just kidding. Chad, do you guys think I gaslight my friends too much? You know? Do you guys think I gaslight my friends too much or what? I'm not gonna let... Nah. I'm not gonna let this above guy... I'm not gonna let this above gentleman, right? This above chatter, make it seem like I gaslight. When fucking this guy, I watch him at work. Dude, watch this guy play fucking Peak next week. Watch this guy. Go back and watch his fucking VODs. Go back and watch his VODs of him playing fucking, Chat, what's the name of the game? The Among Us game that they shipped this year or some shit. And Above is like, when you watch Above play it, it's literally like, dude, you're like, holy fuck, this guy's my friend? Lockdown Protocol. Yeah. Go watch this guy play Lockdown Protocol and tell me if you can ever trust him again. He lies so fucking easy. It's it just slides off the tip of his tongue like it's like, dude, I've never seen someone lie so fucking easy. And then tell me if you can fucking trust him. My bad for being a god at the game. You're a sweaty bitch at everything you play too. That's what's fucking insane. Why are you gaslighting Above right now? Why are you gaslighting me about me gaslighting Above when I'm not even gaslighting Above because gaslighting's not even fucking real? Bitch.
I like you, man. You lie a lot.
Shut the fuck up, Bogus. And besides, it's pronounced gaslighting. You sound like my wife when we play board games. Damn, your wife is toxic. Damn, your wife is kind of a bitch. Don't tell her I said that. Dude, dude. Your wife could whoop my ass. Hon Dog, what's up, baby? Dude, don't tell her I said that, actually. Everyone sides with her because she's small? Yeah, but I see how she is. I seen how she is, dude. Because I know she'll fucking beat the fuck out of me, dog. To think I had breakfast with this guy recently? Yo, chat, dead ass though. I picked probably the best breakfast spot that's ever been picked. I have a fucking good breakfast picker on me. That's on God. This place, literally, fucking, my elbow was in Above's asshole, and we were across the table from each other. That's how fucking small it was. But dog, their food was so good. Their food was insane. Where we eat next month? I'm down wherever. Not Terry Black's. We need to do a steakhouse this time. We need to do a steakhouse. I want to be in Above's asshole. Yeah, the diner. We went... this diner was in a fucking... like... one of those municipalities that has, like, you know, 350 population. And it was just fucking filthy as fuck. Single stall bathroom, right? Not even a men or women's bathroom, just a single stall bathroom. And literally the tables, you were sitting in the lap of everyone else in the restaurant. It was so good. Where was this diner at? It was in outside of Cleveland. I forgot the name of the place. Big Al's. Look up Big Al's Diner in Cleveland. And look at photos of the inside of it. And you'll know why I picked it. It like reads as like the most epic fucking diner ever. I'll be in Texas in December. Can y'all pick me up and love me a bit? No. I thought you were talking about Dallas. Nah, Cleveland. My breakfast spot in Dallas is Mama's Daughter's. Mother's Daughter. Some shit. It's like $7 for a plate of the biggest, of the most food that fucking anybody's ever given you. It's crazy. Mup said yes already. Too late. I'll check it out next time I'm in that shithole. Fuck. Which spot? Big Al's, I think is what it was called. I just want to... let me look. Chat, I like how we just stream to stream these days. Like, dude, we don't stream anything. Yesterday, we literally streamed fucking YouTube videos all day. Today we're fucking building Legos. Yeah. Look up Big Al's Diner. Off of Larkmere Boulevard in Cleveland. This is where I just pulled up right here. This is the place. This is how big it is. It's so fucking tiny. But their food is just incredible. Filthy fucking breakfast, dude. Fuck me up. I wonder if I can get a video or a picture of like the inside of it. Yeah, here's the inside of it. We were all sitting, so we had 6 of us. We had 6 of us and we were all sitting on this center table. Shit was gas. Poner! What's up, baby? Above fake as fuck, by the way, puts out a video of him saying he's taking a break from D2 just to come back the next week for the raid. So fake. Dude, it's disgusting. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, yo, go eat Above. I love you, bro. He's honey dicking us. He's honey dicking us. He is. Yo, chat, though. I've been watching Above's new videos, and y'all better too, bro. My goat is about to be fucking sold into Arc Raiders, and I'm watching it work, and you guys do the same. Don't be fucking fake as fuck. Gonna be in the dirt. Who? For real. Look, you just get a corner spot. Corner spot. That's it. But look at the food, man. Fuck around. When I put me in the Wait, did you get shit on Twitter? Did Twitter shit on you above? Cause you were like, hey, goodbye for now, but then fucking did the epic raid? What are you supposed to just be like, hey, I'm gonna refuse to play any content that this game drops because I don't like where the game's at? Is that what's supposed to happen? Hey, thanks for the lurk, Helica. Looks like we're all good for Sunday. Bet, baby. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I know you did. But I just don't understand why people think like if fucking I don't know. It's just it's strange people are like commit people to things. It's like when Clyde started playing TFD, right? Everyone was like, "Oh, you just gonna be done with Destiny forever?" It's like, dog, can a homie just not play another game? You know what I mean? It's just like you taking a break from Destiny, but then playing the epic raid. Like, can a homie not play the new content that's just come out when you're an in-game player? It doesn't make sense. Dipshits clearly didn't actually watch the full video. Yeah, they're fake. I'll be right back. That's like saying you prefer waffles over pancakes, which obviously means you hate French toast. Yeah, and then you're fucking Hitler. You know what I mean? People are so weird as far as like opinions on like social media. They're like, dude, this guy, if he has any positive thing to say about this, it means all the negative shit to say about that. Fucking Timmy hit Jimmy with a wiffle ball bat. It's crazy, dude. But objectively, waffles do fucking trump pancakes, and that's on God. That's on God. Chat, we have a coffee. Let's smoke a bowl, eat some coffee, build some more Legos. What do we think? What do we think about it? Eat some coffee, drink some Legos, smoke some weed. Yeah, let's eat coffee, you dumb fuck. Alright, bitch. Look at boy jealous of my fresh fucking iced caramel macchiato from Think Coffee here locally sourced. Ooh. Alright, there we go. Just turn on my philosophy. Just turn on my philosophications, my Starbucks philosophies. I'm feeling real intelligent now. You sip like a lady boy? I fuck like one too. Wait. Wait. No, I do. I fuck like one too. Dude, these lids actually unironically piss me off because there's no hole. Here, this will fix it actually. That's all it needs is just a little hole in the top. Then you can suck it. Then you can suck it through it. Next time I drop through Arkansas, I'm going to try that coffee. Dude, and you're going to stop by my house. We're going to ride side by sides and go fishing and shit. For real. I got 30 acres. Fuck, this thing's good as fuck, dude. I could chug this. Alright. Let's take another fucking bong rip and then we'll go. Y'all want to know something, chat? I fucking love that above guy. I do. I fucking love that dude. And I want the fucking world and the moon for him. And that's on God. $30 acres is a juicer? It's 28, I think, actually. Sorry, I lied. I over-embellished. Yeah, I do that. I'm a piece of shit. Alright. Let's do it. She looked dead into my eyes. Fake as fuck? That's me, man. That's me, bro. I'm a fake and a fraud. I'm a fake and a fraud. Hey, good luck with the last meeting, homeboy. I love you, Venom. Slept like shit last night. The wife was giving me the people's elbow in her sleep every hour on the hour. Dude, I ain't fucking slept. I ain't slept in the bed with another person and like... Fuck. It's been like over 5 years. I don't know how I would react sleeping next to someone, actually. You know what I mean? Because I also I'm probably like the worst person to sleep next to as well. Because I'm sure I die multiple times. Like I wake up and go, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude. But if I had a bitch elbowing me, I'd wake her up and I'd fucking knock her ass out. I'd punch her in the face. Equal rights and lefts. I said it. I can't sleep naked. I need clothes on. Same. Well, I wear... Chat, what do you sleep in? Nah, let's be honest. Let's have a moment. What do you guys sleep in? I sleep in boxer briefs and a tank top. You sleep in the nakeds? Damn, okay. What dictates whether you wear underwear or you fucking freeball it? Is it a mood thing? Is it a weather thing? What are we saying? Boxer briefs only? Okay, respectable. Weather? You sleep in a onesie? Muff, I want to see you in a onesie next stream. Or you're fake. You wear a onesie when we play Peak, or you're fake. You don't let me breathe. Not ever wrong. Over each other. I'm on my way. Fuck. I gotta have it. There's a Lego piece inside the other piece. Dog, I'm not buying a onesie. I had in a onesie. Basketball shorts to let the lads breathe. Depends on the time of the year. Summer, I'm just rocking shorts. Wintertime, t-shirt and shorts. He said no. I'll go drive it to his house, Killer Eagle, and he still wouldn't wear it. You know I gotta have it 24/7 around. You know I gotta have it. 24/7. I'm not alone. Hunter gifted? Hunter gifted for a onesie? Shit, I'd wear a onesie for fucking 10 gifted, dog. Chad, I need to think of a fucking... I need to think of a fucking... Halloween costume. Where's Barnacle Boy and Mermaid Man? Cause... You got a Fortnite llama onesie? Yo, what's up, Duncan? How you doing, baby? I like how deep throating a mic is cheaper than a onesie. That's because Muff's good at deep throating. Right? And listen, and if you're good at something, you never do it for free. You just do it for cheap. You know what I mean? Duncan, hope you're well, baby. I can unhinge my jaw like a snake. Okay, god damn. Come over, baby. Come over, dog. Society's keeping me alive. Every night. Up my eyes, I apologize. Not gonna lie, tell you it's alright. You're gonna cry, baby, that's alright. It's alright. I wrote you the song to keep you gone and ever feel alone. You're gonna cry, and baby, that's alright. That's alright. Home to hold you. Want this cruel world to know you. That I show Eating me alive. I'm not gonna lie and tell you it's alright, alright. We're gonna cry and baby, that's alright, alright. Chad, this thing's coming together, dudes. I'm doing well. I'm doing well, Duncan. Better now that I've seen you, my goat. I miss you. I crash out easy and I do that for free. Yeah, it's real cool to be edgy, man. Yeah, nice edginess, dude. Whatever. And I miss you. I miss you. This song fucks. Because I can goo up. If you not. I'll become a trap god. 2 dubs. Too much. I'm ready for a hug and hangs. Missed you at the rodeo last night. Watched this bullfighter almost have a serious head injury. I'll show you the video soon. Yeah, I saw that there was that benefit yesterday. I was streaming yesterday. Just because I've been having to miss streams from traveling and shit. But was it a pretty big turnout? They raised $2,000 for Mike. Very nice, bro. I'm ready to see Mike. I know they've got him. I know they got him sleeping again after that big surgery last week. But whenever they got him up and around, dude, we'll link up. Maybe I can pick you up. We can go up there together or some shit. You know what I mean? Kick it. Maybe fucking stop at Chiba Hut. I took Summer to Chiba Hut last time I went and saw Mike, actually. And it was her first time at Chiba Hut. That place fucks, man. We definitely got to hit up Chiba Hut. Oh, absolutely. It's a guarantee, dude. That place is gas, man. Chiba Hut fucks. Chat, we're on to the last bag. We're on the last bag. We're building a Star Wars piece. How are you, Burnt? We're building a little Star Wars piece and chilling. That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. Yeah, a little scene. Yo, what's up, Lethal? Yeah, I stopped by, bro, to say hey to Bat and drop my sub. Hope you've been well, bro. What's up, cats? Hope you've been well, Lethal. Burnt, we also have a bonsai tree as well. Bonsai tree. Okay. Oh, I need. Yo, thanks for the thing. Yeah, to build. Venom's daughter Kiana hooked me up with some fucking some sets at Clyde's wedding, so I'm fucking building these bitches as my first. I haven't touched Legos in probably 20 years. How you been, Burnt? I don't know where home. Oh, there it is. Where the other head was at. Now that shit's hard as fuck. What's up, Posty? Dude, this is actually so fucking sick, actually. The helmet piece is insane. Very cool. How you doing today, Posty? And this looks confusing. The luck of the draw. I can't tell what the fuck that is. When am I playing that shit? Just got done feeding my addiction to Mega Bonk. Oh, I don't know if I will or not. I'm not big into the like roguelike stuff. My ADHD popping out. What's up, Lord? Isn't that what that game is, Posty? Isn't it like a roguelike? You pick up your buffs and shit, you lose them or whatever, and then you regain them. You're like, roguelike, gotcha. It ain't my voice. My voice. Yeah. Make beast. AC. My ADHD popping out. It's a great game though. I may check it. I may check it out. It may be one of those games I like check out offline, or maybe do a day of it. See how we like it. Guess who just got our hoodie? Send the snap. Let me see it. Perfect timing too. It's just about to get chilly again. I'm doing a new merch launch soon, Kiana. I'll send you the new shit as well. That new shit as well. Tread carefully. I don't understand where this piece is supposed to go. To swallow. Come and save us. Pain inside. Size. Everything they told you is a lie. Watch the world burn. Break those fucking chains. Take back your life. Like keeps you inside. Like those fucking shades. What's up, Conyers? How you doing, bro? That purple cable hoodie's fire. I haven't seen the purple. She needs to send me a pic. I gotta see it. 4th day of my new job. Still have yet to do any actual work. Yo, that's a fucking good ass job, dude. Fuck yeah. Hell yeah. That's my tits. That's my tits, bro. Oh. You're just a parasite. It's the Star Wars scene. We're almost done. I'll show it to you. We're almost done. There's a big piece off to the side here. It is a Star Wars scene, Mike. I don't know why it says I need 2 of these, but yo, nice fucking gamble all, dude. Holy. Blow, what's up, baby? Just got home from class, fixing to do some homework. Nice, dude. Keep them dreams alive. 1999 heroes. I ain't worried about it. Same dumb shit every fucking time? Dude, you're dog shit at gambling, pussy bitch. You're fucking dog shit, bro. You're fucking dog shit, dog. Alright, I found where that piece was supposed to go. Uh-oh, I think some shit's fucked, chat. Maybe I can fix it, I think. I think I can fix it. Nah, I don't think I can. What the fuck? I'm dog shit, chat. Have you updated the iOS 26 yet? I have. I actually hate the liquid glass. I think it looks like shit. I think it looks like shit. Looks like fucking dog shit. Boom, boom. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, that's fine. This one, we don't know. Wop, wop, wop. Wop, wop, wop. So does this go here then? I don't understand why this wants two slotted there though. Yeah, I'm confused. I think it's right now though. I don't know why this shows right here. That I was supposed to use 2 of those pieces. But on the picture, it just shows 1, and I just used 1. And then I moved this piece over here instead of the thin piece. Wop, wop, wop. Alright, so let's try to put this back on. Wop, wop, wop. Wop, wop, wop. Alright, we're Gucci. We're Gucci. Wop, wop, wop. I really should. Anymore. Is that right? Oh, there we go. Oh shit. Fuck yeah, boys. Very nice. Alright. What this bitch tells me. Alright. This thing's coming along, dudes. This thing's fucking coming along, dudes. Can't stop missing you. 'Cause I'm in the magazines. Alright. I hope you die, Maria. It's a little child. We'll be here, Train. Unless you're gonna be gone for like fucking like hella hours. We'll be here. We'll be here. My chinny chin. Do is win. Make no sense. Look what they talk about. Hey! Yo, Lone Ranger, what's up, baby? Nice. Oops. Just a little child. One of my doors don't work, though. Although I don't know if it's supposed to or not. I can't really tell. Or maybe it's just letting me know there's two handles. Oh my god, Donnie. Same shit, different day here with Harvest. Nice, bro. Happy day on the farms, I hope. Happy Monday, bro. We chilling, dude. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Okay. Bitch. What's up, Sarah? How are you, lady? Bitch. Yeah. How the fuck you been? I hear that train a coming around the bend. Don't know when. San Antone. Call me a bitch right off the bat. I just got here. Hey, I call the rest of my chat bitch too. Or was I singing the song? I was saying, hey, listen. I call people worse. If I call you a bitch, it means I love you. It's a term of endearment. Nah, that shit's satisfying when it fucking goes in there. Guilty conscience? You were singing the song, the time was funny? Nah, that is a guilty conscious moments, isn't it? Bitch! But to be honest, bitch is probably my favorite word universally. I feel like, dude, it's such a it is such a good word, right? In all facets of it. There's nothing like a good bitch, you know? From prison. Bow, bow, now, 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 bow, 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 bow. I took a fart out of her ass through a straw and then blow bubbles with it in the bathtub. What's up, Churro? How you doing, bro? Dear diary. Let it burn. Bitch. Long hangover Monday. Went too hard at the game yesterday. Yo, was it dope though? Was it a good time? There we go, chat. There we go, dudes. Get out of my mind. You look dope. Chat, should we do the other one too? Should we do the other one? I think we should.
Wear it now. Go back to then. When? Now. Now? Now. I can't. Why? We missed it. When? Just now. When will then be now? Soon.
Yeah, bro? I need like a little sack to put the spares in. I have a set in my closet that's making me want to build. I think we do it, dudes. Yeah, GG's. I think we do the tree, the bonsai tree. Hey, be safe going home, bro. All right. All right, we got a bonsai tree next, dudes. A bit annoying, but as it is a billion tiny pieces, yeah. There's a lot of bags to this one. I'll climb right out the rub, but work's a struggle. I'll throw you comfort. It's right out the window. We're gonna eat real quick too.
Hello. We need to have somewhat of a chat.
Hi,
I know
Sweat.
we had a chat, like, I think I uploaded it like a month and a half ago, maybe? It was like, maybe it's 2 months. Because it was right after all the raid cheating news headlines came out for the Desert Perpetual raid race. Anyways, since then, things have taken a dramatic turn for the worse. And I kind of wanted to give you guys an update about what's going on because a bajillion people have been asking me what my plans are. So, the reason you're here is because it's Destiny 2 drama, right?
Yup.
Drama at this point gets 5-10 times.
Where's that
more
Millennial
views than
Falcon?
Any sort of Destiny video does. And
Yo,
that's very
fucking
apparent
drop me a
that
grand, dude. We'll go
community
buy it.
sentiment, this is the first time ever that I've ever seen it in the however many years I've been a creator.
Buy it, we'll build it. You know what I'm saying?
People don't want to watch Destiny at all right now. At least comparatively, right? I don't want to disregard and say no, nobody's watching.
Chat,
But
how many of you guys are actively
over the
engaged
years,
in
we've
Destiny
seen the highs and
community
lows of
still? Like,
Destiny,
you
and at the
enjoy
lows,
watching Destiny?
Usually people will stop playing. Those of us who are like not content creators and stuff, they will stop playing, but they'll still kind of keep tabs on the game through their favorite creators and whatnot. That's more until recently with the Edge of Fate expansion. It's been like the lowest selling of all time. People aren't playing. People aren't watching. The community is very, very vocally upset on Twitter, and there's just nothing
There's a
positive
$70
being
version
done
of the
or
Falcon?
said.
I'd rather watch anything else. I watch Cross, that's about
I
it.
wanted to talk about it first is we are seeing a lot of the core community members.
Did you guys see that Dado's taking a break?
Our Destiny 2 community leaving, and like
And it's not even because the game. He's taking a break because the community's dog shit.
For years. So let's start. Obviously with my buddy Glad. You guys know Glad has been on my raid team for a very long time. He made this post the day after, or it's not long after he texted me saying he was going to be dropping out of our raid group. This was literally like 2 days before the raid. So it was kind of a scramble to find a teammate, but justifiably he kind of goes through and says why he's feeling terrible about Destiny right now, and all his reasons are valid. The power grind is boring. Everybody, I feel like he speaks for a lot of the common Destiny player when he says that the total lack of interest in the game is just very apparent right now. There's no direction in the game. The epic raid, you can have your opinion about that. We'll save that for another video.
Nah, the Destiny community is fucking dog shit.
This is one of our core pillars that has fallen.
The Destiny community
is, like I said,
is
as of more recently
just as much wrong with the game
that.
as Bungie is for the
did a
game. You
lot
know what
of,
I'm saying?
More the PvE side of content. Is a lot of these people, they're friends of mine, and it's sad to see these people leave. You know, it just makes me wonder what happens when all the pillars fall. Does the roof come caving down? Because the next announcement that hit was like, Jake is leaving. Jake has been streaming the game
Next day,
way
watch
longer
the
than I
raid.
have. He's been putting up with all sorts of toxic.
Well, I saw
PvP
Jake also
garbage
announced that he was
from all the
leaving
different
for
cheaters
leaving
for
trials or
years.
not playing
And
trials
he's
again, and then he was
finally
playing trials
had
yesterday.
enough. Like, Jake didn't have to stream this game for the past however many years. Jake has done very well for himself. He's a great guy, and he's very loyal. And for him to finally say that he's had enough is very indicative. And then literally the next day, this is like, I mean, this, I feel like for a lot of people hits harder than anything, just because Dado has been around longer than anybody else, as far as I know. Dado is like that core.
If I had it, I would get it for you as
pillar
well.
Of the community. Not that he's done forever. He said, "See you in Renegades," but there's another tweet he made.
For $1,000 is far too expensive.
The Destiny 2 community on Twitter is sometimes insufferable.
Or far too much money
interact with
to
because
buy
of,
anything
like,
with.
I don't know. They just have a very
You know what I'm
toxic
saying?
view towards content
$1,000
creators
goes a
and
fuckload of
just the
ways.
game
Like
in general.
I could
It's
use
just-
$1,000
it's
more than
very
I could use
weird.
$1,000 in Legos.
Not to get into that specific situation too much.
You know?
It
I want
makes
the
you
Lego
wonder
set of
what's next for these
Hogwarts,
other
dude.
pillars of the community. I don't know what Astrocross
Mike's
is
mom,
planning. I haven't talked to him.
She just started building Harry Potter Lego set.
Clyde
Looks
is still
fucking
playing.
crazy.
Other than that, it just feels like everybody's had enough. Not to say that we can't come back and play Destiny whenever it's good, because I think that's what a lot of people will do. But for these people to have dedicated years of their life to playing this game,
I fucks with people who still Destiny, but I don't fucks with Destiny anymore. That's valid.
To finally be pushed away after all this different garbage.
Wait.
What can be done at this point? It almost
I was
feels
like,
like it's past the point of no return.
My camera's covering him up, huh?
Point. I don't want this to come off as the guy who told you so, but like I feel like this was very foreseeable years ago. I made
$500 for that
made a
set.
video.
Holy
Destiny
shit!
2 is not suitable or sustainable for content creators anymore. Back in 2020, and a lot of the points that I made in this video, if you want to go watch it, are just they still reign true. Is it just a lot of the things?
Holy
that people
shit! Look how
originally
different
got
Sweat looks.
Excited for to play Destiny 2. Let's say back
Young
in the
Sweat,
Forsaken era,
Young
'cause that
Sweat,
was
and Old
what most
Sweat.
people consider the pinnacle era. Like between that and Beyond Light, where I feel like the best years of Destiny that everybody will remember fondly and has great memories with. We just don't get any of that stuff anymore because of the shift in dynamic in the way that Bungie does business and their lack of care for the actual community itself, which kind of ties hand in hand, where it's profits over community.
Pandemic aged us
And
all.
at
It
the end of the
really
day,
did.
A business is a business. I don't.
It
Think there's
genuinely
anything wrong
did.
with wanting to make money, but it has been very, very apparent. After the
We all start
community
looking like
has
adults after
voiced
fucking
their
locking ourselves indoors.
opinions for years and years at this point, and they'll just continue saying, "I'm listening," and nothing gets done. It falls on deaf ears, and that's led us to the point now where we're here. Destiny 2 has, I feel like, hit a worse point than Curse of Osiris, which was known as the lowest point in Destiny history. And Bungie themselves said they were like, I want to say 2 weeks away from having to close down the studio because of how bad it was performing. And then things rebounded with Forsaken. I've always been of the opinion that like they make their best content when they're at their lowest, which is, again, what happened with Forsaken. Will they do it this time? I'm not sure. I don't want to get my hopes up, but myself personally, I stopped tweeting and giving my opinions about the game a long time ago. Not only from the community being weird about it, but it's just like it falls on deaf ears. I was a part of a virtual community summit once, and I can honestly
Wait, you didn't have a beard before the pandemic?
The feedback that I gave, I took it very seriously because
I couldn't imagine you. I can't even imagine you without a
privilege to be
beard,
there
bro.
Because they wanted me to come in and try and get feedback on the things that were upcoming. This was probably like 3 years ago at this point.
I've had a beard since my beard was dog shit for many years.
I feel like nobody was actually listening in the way that they were like.
I've had a good beard for maybe 10 years, but I've had a beard.
It felt like
ever since I was a teenager.
Disregarded.
It didn't look good, but it was there.
And I don't know. I just gave up, and Destiny, for me at this point, is something that I still love. Destiny. I just feel the company behind Destiny is completely incompetent, and it's doomed for failure unless something drastic changes. And something I thought about recently is that, I don't know, a lot of people have been hoping for this great Sony takeover and it'll fix the game and all this stuff. Sure, that's plausible.
Haven't heard anything D2 related since deleting my Twitter.
Rising, since Destiny Rising came out recently.
Damn, what's that like? Twitter's like my main doom scroll.
You can say what you want about it being a gacha game and whatnot, but I actually had a lot of fun for the time that I did play it. I almost think that the future of the Destiny IP could be in better hands with NetEase, who developed Destiny Rising, than it would be in Bungie's hands. That's honestly what I think. And
oof, that's crazy.
Be more likely to actually get a Destiny 3, which is what people are hoping for at this point. Because it falls back into philosophies I've talked about
Babyface and
time
undercut,
ago
now full beard and long hair, also no
that,
health issues. That was great.
The more
Dude, the
things
life,
you add to
wasn't
the
it?
game, the more things you have to balance. And at a certain point, it
Too
just
much porn
becomes
on Twitter? There is a
unsustainable,
fuckload
and
of
it
porn on
feels like
Twitter.
they just give up. Let's take one example as just Gambit, right? They gave up on
I
Gambit.
finally
That's
have flushed my For You
Gambit could have
page
been great.
of
When it
porn
originally
bots
came
and
out,
shit.
It was great. Lack of updates and care for
Which
it,
is good because I'm trying to like I don't want to do I don't want to
positive
have like a porn I don't want to be a porn addicted
the more
man.
that happens
You know what I
across
mean?
different parts of the game,
And like no meme. I
just
definitely I don't
becomes
want
a
to be
complete failure.
a porn addicted man.
So
And Twitch
all of this
or sorry, Twitter
is really hard for me to take in, honestly.
I felt like
'cause
trying to
never-
perpetuate that for a
I
little
don't
bit.
know. I don't
Because
I
of all
just
the
hate
fucking porn
talking
that's on the
negatively
platform.
About Destiny. I want it to be a
But
great
I don't see
game.
it anymore.
I've always wanted this game to succeed, which is why
I don't see it anymore, so I'm happy
When
about
did I
that.
drop
But
out
it
of
definitely took
Like,
fucking a
over
long
six- almost
time
7
for my
years of
For You
life
page to
into
flush.
making full-time content on this game.
It's definitely not healthy, yeah.
Or near, like, most of my videos are Destiny, obviously, right?
I feel like porn
Because
is
I very much enjoy
porn
the
is a
creative
man's
process of
like
making these videos and fun challenges, and I just try to stay in my little corner and do fun challenges. Over the years,
like I feel like it takes away from a
feel
man's
like my
confidence
creative
and
tools have been
shit.
stripped from me. The things that we used to do for game shows, like Umbro Roulette, you can't do that stuff anymore. People aren't excited about the loot.
It's definitely a pitfall, yeah.
I don't know.
Dudes aren't willing to talk about it either. Like men are like, "Oh yeah, dude, porn's fucking cool," but dude, I'm telling you,
I don't know.
Porn's
I
like
still have Destiny videos that I
a
want
different
to
kind of
make.
evil. It's really
Whether
weird.
people
Like
want
I'm
to
not even
watch
trying to
them or
fucking
not,
slate it to any
it's
sort of
obviously-
religion thing
that's
or
up to
whatever.
you
Like
guys.
porn
Like,
is
I don't
porn
want
will
to feel
genuinely
people
fuck
to
up
feel pity
fuck
by
up your
not watching it if they
like
don't wanna watch
headspace.
it. But I'm trying. I've
I fully
always
believe it
tried
does.
to make the videos that
It's
I
actually been
enjoy
studied that
making,
porn lowers their
and I want other
self-esteem.
people to
It makes
enjoy them
sense.
too. Even if
I mean, look at
Destiny's
Post
at a
Nut
low
Clarity,
point,
bro.
you know? I want to
You know?
find some
No
fun in
meme.
the game. That's one thing I feel like our community has always done well, and I just don't know how much longer we can do that for. Like I said, I have videos planned. I have some upcoming Destiny videos, and I have some other videos planned for like more variety stuff. You guys have seen a couple of them.
I
The
never
one
have
I was
post nut
really
clarity
excited about
after
recently,
sex,
Silk
but
Song
I
just
mean,
released. We did
anytime I've
100%.
looked at porn, I always have some sort of like
I don't know.
feeling
I
of
guess you could call it a playthrough of that, where
guilt.
You
know,
kind of took you through the
It's
journey
weird.
of going from 0 to 100%. And I also did the same thing with Tears of the Kingdom, and when that came out. And those have been some of my favorite videos that I've made. I just have it takes me a very long time to learn new things, and it's going to take me, I feel like, a long time to unlearn all my Destiny habits and learn to make good content on other games. So all I'm asking is to just be patient. I'm not going anywhere. Okay, that's a lie. I will be taking January off, since statistically that's like the worst month for like YouTube ad revenue. It would be a good time for me to just take a break. I think a month off would be healthy.
All right, dude, that was gas.
So that'll be slightly after Renegades, but I'm planning to upload until the end of the year, take a month off, and then
Smoke
I
a
don't know,
bowl
we'll
and
just kind
build
of
some
see
more
where the wind
Legos.
takes us. So I know this is kind of a drama video, but I also don't want this to I want this to be more of a positive spin. Not that like I don't want it to sound like a goodbye, even though I feel like all my friends have left and it's like, now what do I do? But there's so much opportunity elsewhere, and I really enjoy making YouTube videos. Whether they come out good or not, again, it's a process of learning how to make good videos. But it just sucks to see something that I've spent so long, like a good majority of my life.
I gotta
honestly,
empty this
like,
fucking trash,
not
chat.
even-
Holy shit.
Almost half my life.
It's about to be
will-
sitting
will
in my
round
lap, dog.
Playing Destiny. Because obviously I played before I became a content creator too, and I feel like I've really tried to hold my opinions to the same standard that I used to before I became a creator, because I know a lot of people are very critical of that, people changing their opinions when they become creators. I will say it has shifted, because I've heard so many opinions of you guys, whether it's through the YouTube comments or the Twitch chat over the years, on how you feel about certain parts of Destiny. And I feel like I have a very well-rounded opinion of how the game operates and all the things that people like and don't like. So, to the future of Destiny, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going to happen. But I also have to... What's the good saying? hope for the best, plan for the worst. In the sense of we have to be forward looking, and that obviously I'm lucky to do what I do, and I could wake up tomorrow and I don't know, YouTube could be deleted or something, but I don't know. I feel like there's a lot to look forward to. I don't want to be all Doomerville on Destiny, and I think I'll always come back and play the fun new stuff that comes out. So whether it's like a raid or a dungeon, I just can't sit around and play Strikes for hours anymore because, again, all my tools have been taken away. There's no fun videos to make on it anymore. And that's,
Damn, Chad, I may need to go
that I really enjoy doing is bringing value to you guys on YouTube and on the Twitch side, where we can just, like back in the COVID days, it used to just be like a podcast. I remember so many people would just come hang out, we would chat, and I'd just run Strikes on repeat. And I'll always hold those memories with me, and that, like, how many fun times we've had. But Bungie's lack of making memorable experiences the past few years, I feel like is a big turnoff for a lot of players. I don't know where that disconnect lies. We could really dig into the psychology of that later, but that would be for another video. I don't want to make this too long. I should have said this earlier. I just got a little sidetracked. Is that I don't want to disrespect the community that built me. And that's you guys. I know a lot of you are here for specifically Destiny content, and I will continue to upload Destiny videos when I have stuff that I can make cool videos on, or videos that I feel like are fun. But I don't want it to feel forced, and I understand if naturally people are gonna leave along the way. It's not like I'm going anywhere. I feel like Destiny is running away from me. Is what I feel like.
Hey, welcome home, baby.
So it's not a good
losing
vibe.
the core streamers, just watching it slowly die. It's wild on a game I've grown up on.
Let's wait and see what happens with Bungie. And
it is pretty insane watching like the people who've built their built their careers around this game.
In the loop, because I know a lot of people are curious and asking and
being like, "Yo, fuck this shit."
But let's hope for the best,
I feel it.
Plan for the worst. Thank you guys.
I'm lucky. I mean, I've been in a unique position where it's never mattered for me. You know what I mean? Destiny or not, Destiny on my channel. If I never played it, it
telling me
just
that
doesn't
Dado
matter.
just quit Destiny. It has been brought to my attention. Dado says,
except I mean, Destiny was the start for me, I guess. But once I got a PC, a second PC, which I got like a year after I started streaming, because that was my goal, was to make sure that I could fucking stream literally whatever, whenever, however, right? And I knew I could only do that if I had 2 rigs, dedicated rigs, one for gaming, one for streaming. And so that was my first fucking goal. And we met that goal within the first year of streaming. My first celebration or birthday celebration that October, we bought a gaming rig. And so I've been in a unique position to fucking, it doesn't matter for me. You know what I mean? Yeah, the second PC opens up insane opportunity, like being able to stream outside of being able to stream anything is the best thing. You know what I mean? And so I'm grateful that I made the decisions and shit that I did. But it's still tough, right? Seeing people who are my friends and you know, who are very established into the game, dip. You know what I mean? I'm glad it's not my identity either, yeah. I stepped away from Destiny when my clan started being toxic and act like it needed to be a job. That's the other thing. There are people in the Destiny space, the Destiny community, that behaves that way, and it's kind of strange. It's kind of insane. Players don't quit a game when they get angry. Players quit when they become apathetic. There's been years of anger and dissatisfaction. Now people see what apathy looks like, and it's like a short tweet with a blaring silence. It's unfortunate too, because man, it's such a good game. Destiny is a very good game. But like, motherfuck, you know. Like, what is Bungie doing? Okay. Toss around some concepts till I pick one. Alter Mitra edition. I just had to get this out my system. There's not another PvE FPS like it? Agreed. Yeah. There needs to be. We need some competition, bros. That's what we need. We need some competition. Bungie needs competition. That's what I'm saying. That the fucking idea people at Bungie is quite clearly not there at the studio anymore. They need to fucking clean up the fucking dev team, put Rad over like the rest of the game, and then fire everyone else. Shutter the fucking studio for 3 years and then drop a fucking banger. Destiny 3. That has nothing to do with Destiny 2. That's what would be dope as fuck. I'm here. My layers have got layers. They obviously have core of their devs making sure Marathon isn't dead on arrival. Oh. All right, bags 1, 2, and 3 is the base. 4 is the branches. 5 is the petals. It looks like, and 6 is the base. Approach. Appear. All right. Seems like they're focused, yeah. But who the fuck knows, actually? You know what I mean? I guess we'll see what Marathon looks like whenever... Because they're still trying to fucking ship that game before their fiscal year ends, right? So we'll see it before March next year. I would think. Yo, it gave me a brick separator, chat. They gave me a brick separator. Unsteady. Are they gonna have a shelf life of Concord plus a month or two? Oof. Yeah, I got a brick separator, dudes. No time of being alone. That I know you're trying when it feels like flying. If you let me, don't let go. Oh. Oh. Hold on to me, 'cause I'm a little unsteady. Little unsteady. Oh, hold on. Hold on to me, 'cause I'm a little unsteady. Oh, hold on to me, 'cause I'm a little unsteady. This song hits D's? It does, bro. I love this song. I love this song too. Every time I hear that song, I think of that fucking scene in Lucifer when Lucifer's down, fucking trying to bring or get the fucking antidote from the dude in hell, so he can save Chloe, and so he kills himself so that way he can be down there and talk to the guy that's being tortured. Anyway. Bam, bam, bam. I think I fucked up. Holy spoilers? Wait, what did I say? Oh. Talking about Lucifer? Oh, yeah, that's my bad. You know, the show's only been out for, you know, fucking like 12 years now, Marty. What are we saying? Right? 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. I will find you. Nah, it's worth a watch, dude. I've watched and rewatched Lucifer so many times, dude. It's great. It's great. Plus fucking what's his name? Tom, like whatever the fuck, whoever plays Lucifer, it's like Tom Huddleston or Hiddleston or some shit. Dude's fucking hot as fuck. That dude's super fucking hot. Oh, you haven't watched it since? It falls off towards the end for sure. Once you learn about Lucifer's like time traveling thingy. You know what I mean? Tom Ellis, yeah, Tom Ellis. Tom Ellis. That was weird. My light like fucking turned itself off for a second. Shut them down, shut them down. What do people say? Let it come, let it. Okay. Yeah. 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 Grandma Slayer, I love you, baby. If I was a rig, ding. Chat, dude. Why don't they make songs like they did in the fucking 2000s, bruh? That shit was gas as fuck. You know? What happened? What happened to us? We used to be a proper country. You know? And then now look at us. It's just all fucking cooked and shit. You know? It's tough. What's up, RM? How you doing, bro? Chad, I'm missing a piece. Chad, I'm missing a piece. I'm missing a piece, dude. Fuck! Haha! I found it. I found it. High key, grab a few plastic containers to sort all your pieces out. For each bag, my dad and Gwen do massive sets and don't lose any. That's what I need to do. We're just fucking cooking with what we got, you know what I mean? This is my first time touching Legos in like fucking 20 years. So, you know, it's a learning experience. Yeah, let me see it. Cause you had a bad day. Oh shit, they're big Lego people, huh? Damn. Turn it around. You had a bad day. You had a bad day. Base is done. Mm-hmm. had a bad day. All right. Wait, I think I need to find the branches for this one. I stowed them somewhere. The fuck? But I'm homebound. Making my way to the pine. And I need you. And I miss you. And now I wonder. Yeah, that's insane, RM. That's crazy shit. You think I... Dude, this song fucks. You know I'd walk 1,000 miles if I could just say you tonight. You ever think of me? Memory. I need you, and I miss you, and now I wonder. Pass me by. Tonight. Making my way downtown. Into the sky. Pass me by. Hey, Cable Cobot, shut the fuck up. Right? Tonight, I could just hold you. Tonight. And I want you to. Whoa. Nation, been to every nation. The way that you do. Whoa. 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 No. Get with me, Fuzzguzz. Tonight I'm fucking you, dog. Holy! Tonight I'm fucking you. It would be you. Are you ready? Whoa. Been to every nation. The way that you do. Know my motivation, given my reputation. Whoa. You know. To the window, to the wall. My all. But tonight I'm fucking you. Whoa. I don't understand how this piece is supposed to work. Hey, welcome back, Treed. How we doing, baby? Tonight I'm fucking you, bro. Oh. Okay. Boom. We need this white piece. And we somehow need the white piece to be like that. Come on, you wanna go home. I found the piece. I found the piece. Homework had me go through the entire registry system on my computer. Get fucked, dude. Yeah, nah, but I like to fucking... We're doing it old school, baby. We're doing it fucking old school, dog. Ready to game for a short bit? Nice, bro. What are you getting into, Treed? Sofa. To the wall. He's a Dale. Daylight come and you wanna go home. Make you well. Cause I would do it for you. Dog, this shit's fucking confusing. It's for malware, so he's getting us used to use different tools that when he gives us files of malware, we can find them and know how to use the tool. That's valid. That's valid. What you need. This shit's crazy. It gets annoying, does it? I can see that. This shit's fucking gets insane. This right here is my flag. This right here is my flag. Oh. Pretty but swag. Hey! I fucking lost another piece, I think. In my car. Mars. 3, 2, 1. I think I'm legit missing a piece, dude. Never mind, I found it. If only there was a magnet to collect Legos off the ground, that would be next level invention. Yeah, and just like, or like not even magnets, just Lego create its own like proprietary system that runs like magnets do. You know what I mean? We can be together. Yeah, you high? I've been high all stream, bro, hitting the bong. I've been ripping the beach. Cause you'll be gone for a while. Girl, every time you feel, what's your fantasy, oh? Down in Mexico, you can be my Frio, be my senorito. Just take it slow. I'm having a new life like you should. Never been so good. Never had it so good. I don't understand how these pieces go together. Fuck! Hold on. You could be my Frito, be my senorito. Go. Virgo. So did I just download the... Is there just a Lego app, RM? Look up the Lego Builder app and it should show up. Okay. Yeah, because I don't understand what this wants me to do. Oh, wait. I think that's it, actually. All right, I think I did it. I just had to get... I had to work my... I had to work my tism off, dude. And I had to fucking... The Tylenol's fucking me up. Sugar, we're going down swinging. Loaded gun complex, cock it and pull it. Yo, Chad, I appreciate all the love fucking you guys are shown for September, man. Dead ass. I appreciate you gambling some subs, fucking dropping the juice. Very much appreciated. I know I've been fucking inconsistent as shit, dude, with health and fucking all this traveling, but hopefully we fucking reel that back in and fucking we kind of log in for a bit, you know what I mean? It's the plan. Chad, I'll be 35 in a week, dude. Sunday, I'll be 30 fucking 5. How crazy is that? What's up, committee? How you doing, baby? Pull it. How you doing, baby? All right. Yeah, can we not? Dude, you're about to be old as fuck, Squirrel. What are you turning, like 48? Some shit? What are you turning, like 48 or some fucking wild shit? Welcome back, Duncan. How we doing, baby? Pete Creek, what's up, dude? What's up, Galaxy? How the fuck you doing, baby? The back of your head's ridiculous. Yeah, I'll be 35 Sunday. Oh, you'll be 42? Holy fuck. I wish I was left-handed. Left-handed for what?
We're gonna skate to one song.
This motherfucker, dog. Dude. Fresh. I'm a god. Dude, no. You my goat. Bro, you're my goat. Holy fuck, dude. I don't know how to thank you, bro. I'm a genuinely. God. I don't know how to fucking thank you, dude. You always blow up my spot, and bro, I appreciate the fuck out of you, man. Genuinely. And I don't know how else to say it other than fucking, dude, thank you. Your generosity is insane, and I want to fucking suck your fat cock. Holy fuck. Thank you for the 20 gifted, man. Valorant being cheap fucks with the fucking 4 on top. What are we saying, dude? Fresh, thank you, dude. We share a birthday? Is your birthday October 5th? Thank you, Fresh. Genuinely. You're my goat, bro. Galaxy, is your birthday October 5th? No way. Holy fuck. How old you gonna be? Yeah, well, then we share a birthday, bro. What time were you born? What time were you born, bitch? Chat. Some GGs for my goat fresh, dude, for real. Thank you, man. You and Treed, bro, have been insane. Muff 2. Muff 2 for that matter. Exhilarated been showing love too. You guys are incredible, bro. I appreciate all you, man. Ghost, fucking everybody. Lethal. Everybody up on that list, dude. Insane. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I need to get my tabs situated here. Okay. Why'd we just get a hype train? Alright, anyway, chat, we're on a level 6 scam train kicked off by fucking the 20 gifted in Valorant, bro. Dude, Fresh and Valorant kicking off a scam train. If anybody wants to get involved and earn some emotes or fucking whatever, dude, feel free. Okay. Put your hands in the air, sip. I wanna... What the fuck is this thing? Is this like a little turtle? Oh, it's a toad. It's a tiny toad. It's a little tiny toad. Wanna see it tonight. Jay, remember that time Fergie pissed her pants on stage? Beat rock. So many ways to love you, baby. Are you breaking down? You guys remember when she pissed her pants on stage? Put it in your pee hole. There's 101 frogs in that set. The rest are pink. Nah, that's crazy. Looks like a chicken leg. You're a chicken leg. Yo, Kiana, I want a hoodie pic. Oh, 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 oh. All right. Checking you out. Holy fuck, we're making progress. Oh, you sent me one? Okay, bet. 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 Oh, no. Tell me if you love you down. Oh my God, so in love. My God. I'm kind of mind blown, right? That like how they fucking design these. You know what I mean? Like if they design them on a PC and then print them, or like how the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of fucking insane. Mine, oh my. People in the place, dude. Yo, thanks for the scam train again, Fresh. With the 20. Valorant with the 5 on top, dude. Looks like we passed our channel goal, too. We're sitting above 300 subs again, bros. Thank you. Thank you. So many ways to love you. Got me like, oh my God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Make me wanna say, oh my. What? What? Okay. I was like, uh-oh. What's up, 40? Building a, this is a bonsai tree. We just built a Star Wars scene, now we're building a bonsai tree. How are you, bro? Chilling like a villain? Nice, brother. Good shit. Good shit, dog. Oh. We're getting somewhere, dudes. Look at that. What? Holy fuck, dude. Neon trees? Dude, I ain't heard neon trees in a schmuck. Fine. Here we go again. I won't sleep tonight. Oh, I want some more. Chat, how does stream look? Is my bitrate low? Oh, I want some more. Or does it look crispy? I guess we're good. Oh, what are we waiting for? Looks good, and so do you. Fucking you look good, dude. Hey, what's up, Vora? How are you, girl? Looks good. You fucking look good. Chat, I'll make out with every single one of you dudes. Okay. Leave it. Honey? There's even fucking root trunks, dude. Holy shit. Oh yeah, we're just vibing out, Vora. We ain't doing shit. Building Legos and chilling. Dude, there's fucking snorkel, like little, where the tree drinks the water. Look, dudes. Nah, that's the tits. Honey? Oh, honey? Oh, shit. Bag number 3. Oh, looks like this one's just, Chat, do we want flower blossoms or do we want green leaves? I think we do flower blossoms. I think we do flower blossoms, huh? Pink or green, chat? Tell me about it. Flower for sure. All right, flowers it is. Now and then we words. Right for me. Company. I'd actually build both and change to the pink in the spring because that's when they blossom. Okay. I bet. And that feels so rough. Hell yeah, dude. Look at this. Hell yeah. All right. Somebody that you used to know. And that feels so rough. Oh yeah, the leaves are gonna be fucking buttholes. No, the leaves are actually gonna suck nuts. There's so many fucking small leafy pieces, bro. Just somebody that I used to know. Boop. When the pimp's in the crib, ma. When the pig's trying to get at you. And if they get a fucking attitude. I got the rollie on my arm and I'm going Sean Don and I roll the best weed cause I got it going on. I'm a nice dude. That nasty shit. Shit. This is the part you got annoyed at? I can see why. It's in the crib, ma. When the pig's trying to get at you. And if they get a fucking attitude. I got the rollie on my arm and I'm going Sean Dawn and I roll the best weed cause I got it going on. I knew that. Knew that. 2, 3. G. Turn it up a little. When the pigs try to get at you. And if they get a fucking attitude. I got the rollie on my arm and I'm going Sean Dawn and I roll the best weed cause I got it going on. The pigs in the crib, Ma. I get at you. If they get a attitude. Got the rollie on my arm and I'm going Sean Dawn and I roll the best weed cause I got it going on. Oop. Get it? Does it want me to build 3 of those? I think so. Yeah. I think. Yeah. What I do every night. To be. All right. Show me how you supposed to be. All right, so we got to build that 2 more times. Mo. This is a throwback. This is a hell of a throwback. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's wrong. Bitch. All right. In love. Can't help it. Can't help it. Can't help it. Holy shit. All right, so I don't really know. I don't know how these leaves go. Holy shit. I ran into Sweat Soap partnership. What is that? I don't know what that means. And oh. You didn't want to put on 100 tiny pink frogs? So, whenever next spring hits, Sarah, we're gonna fucking tear down the tree and put on the frogs. I see that, yeah, the pink ones are just a bunch of frogs. I guess either way, it's fucking... Nah, I'm playing this for stream. Holy shit. What a fucking dude. Sweat, my goat. Baby girl, you so damn fine though. I want to know if I can hit it from behind though. I press rewind though. Benjamin's all in my pocket. I traded in my Drews for some Robins. Hey, I got a Glock in my Rari. I got a Glock in my Rari. 17 shots. I'm like, damn, she's fine. Wondering she'll be mine.
Cheeky. Soap so good you'll want to drop the soap.
Jesus. Okay. Incredible. That's my goats. That's my goat, Sweating Evan. Holy shit, dude. That's my goat, Sweating Evan, bro.
Soap so good you'll want to drop the soap.
This motherfucker, dude. Holy shit. Chad, I'll be visiting them beginning of the year. I'm gonna go down there and hang in Austin for a little bit. We'll fucking make some content. It's gonna be gas. Yeah, that's crazy. Thanks for sending me that. That's insane. Is it money or it's me? Daddy, I'm like, yeah. All you see is Remy, boys, you know my name is everywhere. Hey, I don't want a sauce, no A1. Remy boys, they know us. All fast money, no slow bucks. No one can control us. Yeah, yeah, baby. Remy girl when I'm walking. Squaw! I didn't watch the whole thing? Wait, there's more to it? Wait, no way. Hold on. Oh, there is more. Damn, I'm fake.
You guys got room for one more?
Nah, that's crazy. Nah, that's fucking insane, dude. Those guys are fucking clowns. Holy shit. Sarah Bielis? Holy fuck. To breathe easy for a while. No. Blank pages. To me, I'm not gonna write you a love song if you ask for it, 'cause you need one. You see, I'm not gonna write you a love song. Make a break, this is hard on me. And stay. A love song today. Time to sit here and watch you on the big screen and eat. What are you eating? I'm not gonna write you a love song. Honey glazed bacon wrapped salmon with mac and cheese and broccoli. Damn, that sounds gas. That sounds fucking bussin'. You see, I'm not gonna write you a love song. Chat, we've lost 4 followers this stream, dude. Literally hemorrhaging folks, bro. That shit's funny as fuck. No, actually, dude, that's funny. I see one that unfollowed, actually. Paid the entry fees, then unfollowed the channel. Dude, good shit, man. They literally said, wish I was left-handed, and then unfollowed. What the fuck? Previously a 6-month sub. It's incredible to see. Motherfuckers just don't want to be around, you know what I mean? How can they hate on Legos? Who knows, bro? I'm not everybody's cup of tea, that's for sure. I ain't fucked up about it. I say shit that people don't agree with too, so like I said, I ain't messed up about it. Let's see. Underwear. No. With a girl I know, and I'm like, fuck you. Wasn't enough, I'm like, fuck you. Ain't that some shit? I pity the fool who fall in love with you, Well, I'm gonna tell you, your little boyfriend. Maybe it was when you said you wanted to cook a fat sock, dude. Maybe. Imagine, dude. Maybe they're jealous because I didn't want to suck their cock. Oh well, they're missing out. They're missing out on some fucking dick sucking. That's on them. That's on them. I pity the fool. Yep. With a girl I know, and I'm like, fuck you. I'm like, fuck you too. Ain't that some shit? I ain't heard CeeLo Green in a minute. He can try getting it sucked somewhere else. That's a fact. That's a fact, Jack. I still love you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? Wait, was that CeeLo Green or Gnarls Barkley? Let's make another one. CeeLo. And we danced. And we cried. And we laughed. And had a really, really, really good time. Take my hands. Let's have a blast. And remember this moment for the rest of our lives.
No hope, loser.
Get up! Left behind. So blind. Bitch. Just want tonight. Just for tonight. No blind. Out of sight and out of mind. Just for tonight. Come with me. Find me. For the thrill. Let your thoughts be free. Holy shit. Oh. My back is hurting, chat. Fuck! Ba-ba-da-ba. Even if we both break down tonight. Go to bed angry. We'll be alright. I'll be here for you. I promise I'm saying. You'd be a difficult person. And we go to bed angry. Even if we both break down tonight, you hate me and we go to bed angry. What's up, Eggs? I just need What's up, Eggs? How you doing, baby? I'm not late. Good to see you, man. We've been building some shit. Point of view. Listening to tunes, chilling, vibing. That's all we've been doing, baby. How are you, man? Just like you always do. Just to watch me break. Doing okay? Enjoying a nice cold Coors Light? Nice, bro. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, baby. All right, 13. The emptiness machine. Hope you're doing great, bro. I'm doing good, man. Things have been okay, bro. We just been chilling, dude. I've been traveling lately and just been chilling, man. It's treatment week. It's also my birthday week. My birthday be Sunday, dog. Everybody wants you. Everybody wants your love. I just want to make you mine, oh mine. Na 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 na. Baby, give it up, baby, give it up. Na 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 na. Give it up, baby, give it up. Chat. We have completed a bonsai tree as well. Damn, that thing looks fucking gas if you ask me. Holy. Hubby, welcome back, baby. You're just in time. There she is, chat. The first build was a Star Wars scene. It's sitting right there. You love Legos? Chad, I'm not gonna lie, that was actually pretty fun. That was actually fun just fucking not doing shit. Except for building Legos. I never thought I would like enjoy it or whatever or whatever. There we go. That's a stream, dude. 7 hours of fucking Legos, dude. That's gas. We watched some content too. I think we watched some YouTube, huh? I don't know what we watched. What did we watch? Oh yeah, we watched Sweat. We watched Sweat talk about people leaving D2. Okay. Chat. Thus ends September for your boy. And today's stream. We'll be back on Wednesday. We'll be streaming early Wednesday to a game with Clyde, VC, I think Lana.
We're gonna skate to one song.
Hey! Bizzle, thank you, man. Thank you for tucking in one last Gamba. One last Gamba for us and you got good returns too. We got 3 bonuses on top. Thank you, bro. Thank you, man. For real, appreciate you. I appreciate all you motherfuckers that are juicing that leaderboard. Treed, you as well. Fresh, fucking Muff, everybody who's been involved, dude. You guys are like absolute goats. And I truly appreciate it. We will not be here tomorrow because I'm off on Tuesdays. We'll be back Wednesday for October 1st. The new month, kicking off my birthday month. My birthday will be Sunday, and we'll be celebrating that by playing Peak with Above, Muff, and Poner. So the rest of the week, we'll just be chilling and having a blast. Okay, so show up and let's do the thing. I appreciate you guys hanging with me today. I know we were didn't do shit except for interact and socialize, and I'm cool with that. So I appreciate you guys hanging with me, man. All right, I'll see you on the next one. I love you. Bye-bye. Treat, love you, homie. Conyers, love you, bro. Bye-bye. Bye, Conyers. Bye, Treat. Bye, hubby. Bye, Duncan. Bye, Fall. Bye-bye. Bye, Eggs. Split personality, dude. Bye, Fuzz guys. Chat, say bye. Chat, say bye. If you're lurking and you've been hanging, I appreciate you guys, man. Thanks for fucking being here. Thanks for fucking juicing my shit. All right. Whether or not Twitch counts them, who gives a fuck? Everywhere I go. I love you guys. I'll see you on the... Actually, I'm going to send you guys over to Elsa, okay? Or Ilsa. You guys go say hey to her. She's doing some Destiny. I love you guys. That's where I'll be hanging out. Peace.
To one song only.
Yo, Killer Eagle. Hey, Killer Eagle with the 5-pack before we go. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you, man. Valorant with the 1 on top. Killer Eagle, you're the GOAT. Thanks for gambling with me, chat. Thanks for hanging with me, bros. I love you guys way too much, okay? I'll see you Wednesday. Peace out. I love you guys, dude. I big. I love you guys. Bye, WBH. Bye-bye. All right, y'all go say hey to Elsa. Please. Please, please. Bye.